the object itself. Did not realize that. Little grid pattern. Okay. Alright, so did I actually just start streaming? I think that I might have been doing that. Man, I have been making some adjustments here, and I don't think that I was actually live when I was making those. I'm not sure if the previous half hour of recording will be viewable or not. It's been a while since I've made that same mistake. So basically, I started the broadcast, but I didn't hit go live in OBS, so the stream is technically just starting. So I may go ahead and redo my introduction at the risk of repeating myself. Let's take a look here. So I opened the stream. Do we have... Nope, there is no previous content. Crazy. Alright, so I did do an introduction here. Here's the plan. This is a Town Outskirts remastered. Basically already done. This is just the cleanup phase. So we have one awful object. This is module wall plank B. In the native version of the game, if you walk into this object when it's on the map, it will trap you. You can walk into it, you can't walk out of it. It's like a Venus flytrap object. There's no visual indicator that you can't leave it. If you try to walk into it, it just traps you in, you can't leave. In the native version of Town Outskirts, they disable the physics shape object. So every object in the physics tab has a meta mesh, or physics shape rather. And so if you go into visibility and you hide game entities and you show entity physics, there you go, that's the actual physics shape. So if I delete that, it's no longer has physics. It would still be visible, but it wouldn't have any physics to it. So I'm going to hopefully undo that, and if not, I can just reload the map. I may have to do that actually. Or I could try... Normally, for most options like this, there is a reset option. I can also search it. So if I search for stone, Vlandia, E, I can find another wall like this and see what the physics object is. Let's do that. Let's turn off physics. So the other wall is nearby. It can be the same wall. So that's Vlandia wall D and whatever E. Oddly, I'm not seeing the name for the physics shape object. I don't think that's because that's pretty odd actually. Let's go to add a new one. So we add a new Landia wall E. So make sure you get the right name. This is module stone Landia. So we add a new one. The physics shape object is called what? Normally it would be visible here. I might have to reapply the meta mesh, or I could just move another object into the exact same spot and size. I may just do that. I have broken the map at this point. Not in a fundamental way, but I did break this object. It has no physics currently. At this point, the easiest way to fix that would be just to reload the map. Although, because I have already opened a scene, it would crash if I just reloaded it. I'm going to have to close the scene editor and go into the main menu for the modding toolkit, and then open the scene editor again, and then open the editor. This might still crash, and it probably is going to. And the reason it's going to crash is because Tailworld's scene editor is very unstable, and also because I have to use an external mod. It's Gotha's scene editor tester. So that one allows the start mission feature to actually work. And the only downside of using that is it does fix the fact that the built-in start mission tester just breaks in native. If you have a scene with any level of complexity in the scene itself, the native start mission tester just crashes every time. So it's unusable, literally. So Gotha's tester does solve that problem for you, but the downside is that if you try to change scenes, it pretty much crashes every time. Which, to be honest, the scene editor kind of already has that problem built into it natively. But it happens every time with Goth the scene editor, as opposed to merely being a very likely outcome. To me, that's a totally acceptable cost, because the scene editor is already really unstable. I would pretty much accept it to crash whenever I have to change scenes. So anyways, I have unbroken this scene object, or this physics object. It's got its physics back. But the point that I was making is we are now only in the cleanup phase. This map has already been played on many times, and the only issue is that certain entities are broken in the base game. So if you go and launch, I forget the exact name of the original map. I believe it's Skirmish number 004. That's the game file's name for Town Outskirts. So if you launch that map and you go into looking at, and I'll show you the name of the object here in a second. This module wall plank B has a broken physics shape in the base game. So if you walk into it and there's nothing else in your way, you'll get trapped inside of it. You can't walk out of it. It's a very dumb problem. So the native map, Tailworlds made the native Town Outskirts map. And they knew, the scene editors who were working on it knew that this object was bugged in testing. So instead of fixing the physics shape on this object, where you can get trapped inside of it if you're playing the game, they disabled the physics on the object manually, and they put another invisible object inside of it. So if I go create an editor cube, I create this cube and I apply a material on it like wood. Where's that? So let's go ahead and have it editor. The cube shape is fine. Make it the same size roughly as this thing. So if I do this, and I make it the same size, and then I apply material manually. So it doesn't really need a material on it, so I can get rid of this guy called default empty. Fun fact, if you apply, instead of empty, if you apply, it's actually not, I got it messed up. So you have to apply editor gizmo to make an object transparent. If you apply default empty, that also crashes your scene. This is something I spent about 40 hours of time troubleshooting one time. I won't fully elaborate on that. It was part of this map and 3 other maps. The unique behavior there is if you have an object with default empty, what you'll tend to use that for, in most cases, is you'll tend to use that to make certain like dirt materials transparent when you don't want it to be dirty from close up. Excuse me. And if you have a level of detail where as you get closer, the default empty material applies, what's going to happen is your map will crash as you approach the object. So you can make a distance-based object crash your whole game for anyone on the server who has a certain level of higher quality game settings. Like what's funny is actually your game won't crash as you approach objects with a broken level of detail, unless you're on a certain level of quality for texture settings. So you play on low quality textures, in my experience with testing with 1 or 2 other people, is that their scene doesn't crash when they test it. So that's kind of the unique behavior, is that if you ever experience a situation where you're approaching an object and that's when your scene crashes, you might have the default empty material applied to it. And that's what I was originally doing with some of these to make them invisible, is making them empty. That does solve the problem of them being invisible when you don't have the entity physics display running. But it will crash your scene in the actual game, which is, to state the obvious, beyond stupid. What you would look for is, empty or clear or transparent. You wouldn't look for editor gizmo. But editor gizmo is the only way to make it transparent without breaking your scene. And yes, it is very stupid. So anyways, if you, in the native map, all of these module wall plank Bs have an invisible cube inside of them. None of them have physics applied normally. So they knew the object was broken. This is how crazy Tailworlds is. They were so intuitively aware of how broken this object was, they deleted the physics shape on the object, they put a different object inside of it, that was invisible, so you couldn't get stuck into it, and it would still have physics effectively. But they never fixed that. It's been probably 3, 4, 5 years after this map was originally made by Tailworlds, and that has not been fixed, which is kind of crazy. They are releasing some DLC in the next few months, though. That's exciting. So, oh, another thing that's never been fixed: if you apply a decal on the ground in a multiplayer map, like a I don't even want to test one because it'll probably crash my scene. But if I applied a road decal, that would snap to the floor, so you could have a nice, you know, wagon trail decal on the ground. If you apply that, it'll work in single player, but as soon as you leave warm up in multiplayer, it'll despawn, which is also very dumb because they look great in some scenarios, but you just can't use them. I mean, you can use them; it won't crash your scene, but it won't actually appear outside of a warm up, which is just pretty frustrating. And there's no warning, by the way. That doesn't work. I only found out when I, you know, made them and somebody told me. And I didn't even ask them for advice. They just kind of pointed it out. It's like, oh, really? And I found out that they were totally correct when I was pretty frustrated there as well. So anyways, we are just troubleshooting this map. We have already, by we, I mean, I have already finished the rework. The main problem with this original map is that it was way too dark. So if you play with shadows turned on, this was abysmally dark. This area was unplayable with shadows turned on. And this area was also very dark, as well as this area. Right here, this area. So all these are way brighter now. And yeah, in the native map, if you go into one of these, this area used to be totally covered right here. Now it's very open, but it was totally covered. So one thing that's interesting or weird about brightness in the map editor is that effects like bloom don't really apply. So when you're in a completely dark area in the scene editor, it looks kind of dark, but not that dark. But once you play it normally, I think it's the bloom effect. I'm not sure which effect it is, but the contrast gets heightened. So when you're in a dark area looking outside that's bright, and into a brighter area, the brighter area will like appear blown out and almost impossible to look at because it's like your eyes adjusting to the darkness. So your eyes will be adjusted to the dark area. You can't see outside. And the opposite is also true. Once you're outside looking in, you can't see it at all. So when you're like when you're a dark area looking inside of a dark area, it's kind of visible. And when you're a bright area looking at a bright area, that's fine. But if you're in a bright area, you can't see into a dark area if you have both shadows and bloom enabled. And if you're in a dark area looking out, you can't see out. And so imagine like you're the archer playing with shadows turned on, trying to shoot outside versus somebody with them turned off. The guy with them turned off shooting into your spawn can see you, but you can't see him. And that's just an egregiously obvious quality of life problem. For a map that's going to be played competitively, like you want players, I would imagine, if I was Tailworlds, I would want people to want to play at high quality. I would want my game to look good. But they punish you for playing with shadows because you're at a huge disadvantage. Like the whole point of this rework of this map is that you can play with shadows turned on and it doesn't ruin your life. So this map does not have the problem. Once you load into it, I think it's two factors. It's not only that I've opened up certain areas, but I think partly because I've made it later in the evening and it's not as bright. I think that whatever kind of light adjustment, like bloom, ambient lighting effect that there is, I think it's less severe. Another thing that I've also done in adjusting the light angle to be lower, that was to allow for light to peek in further beneath the roofs. So it's kind of like splitting through this roof. The other option was a very high angle of sun. That would make like this part brighter, but other areas would be darker. So it's kind of a compromise option. I think that if it was directly overhead, I'd have to make it brighter. And I think that that would mean the shadowed areas would appear darker in actual play. So anyways, I think this is a good kind of middle ground where it's not too bright, not too dark, and pretty pleasant to play with or play in. So another thing that I've done that's pretty subtle is if you go to the scene, it's actually the atmosphere settings. So I have turned down the... I thought I did. One thing I've been trying to play around with is turning down the shadow opacity by just a hair. If you turn this down like 0.1, you'll see it makes a huge difference. 0.5 is pretty significant as well. The dark areas get way less dark. I think, 0.9 would probably be fine, honestly. So this is 0.9. This is 1. So I'll actually just, hold down up arrow and down arrow. And you'll see how much darker it gets as you go all the way up to 1. I think you can go past 1. No, actually you can't. I'll probably leave it at 0.95 to make it just a hair less dark in the covered areas. Now that change won't be effective unless I hit save to scene and then I hit save. So anyways, I was going on about how this module wall plank B is broken. So that's entirely true, and if you go into the skirmish _ 004 map in native, you can go ahead and edit this map yourself, and you can see that for yourself. It's really broken. They turn off the physics shaped object, and they have another object inside of it. So if I make this, let's see. So what I need to do for it right now is make sure that every single one of these objects is disabled for physics and has another thing inside of it, so you can actually not walk through it. So the way to do that is going to be probably taking all of them. And one thing I need to do actually is test my theory. I need to make sure I understand how this works. So I believe when I make it not visible, that I expect that that will also affect the physics shape. So if I go to turn off game entities and turn on entity physics, you can see the object, right? Now if I select this object, make this not visible in the scene, I don't believe the entity physics are going to be visible, but I'm not sure. So they are not. So that's what I was hoping for. And the reason why is I can select all of these and make them not visible. And then what I need to do is turn off game entity physics entirely, or game entity being visible. And I'm going to toggle on and off the visibility here. And if I see any disappearances, that means that the one of these is actually a risk. It means I haven't fixed it. So any one of these that has its physics enabled and nothing else preventing you from walking into it, it's effectively a Venus flytrap. So these objects are broken in the native game. Tailworlds knows this, has known this for years, has never fixed it. They knew it was broken because they worked around it in their map, and they put objects inside of it to prevent you from getting trapped inside of it, but they never fixed it. So if I can toggle all of these together as one group and I toggle visibility, if I see anything change, it means I haven't fixed it yet. So I now have these all around the outside wall, and I'm not seeing any changes. I'm just checking to make sure that I caught all these earlier, because it would ruin your game. If you're in a competitive match and you walked into these and you got stuck in it, that would be so stupid. I would be pissed if it was me. So, if I toggle this, are there any of these that are visible here? What about the outside? I think I already checked here. Inside. Looking good. And then there were some more of those. I think, were there any over here? Nope. There were definitely some on this wall, I believe. No. And here there were a couple, but one's behind a wall. I'm actually surprised it's not toggling. I might want to select both of them, both A and B. I don't recall if both of them are glitched. I'm going to probably assume that they are. So I toggle all of these. I'm not seeing any changes, which is good. I'm hoping I don't see a change, because if I don't see any changes, it means that there's another object inside of them that's preventing you from getting stuck in them. And the other way to check this would be to walk around the map, walk into every pole. I think this is fine. Let's go ahead and re-enable visibility on the game entities. Done. Okay, this is actually probably a better way to check to get a little bit more visual confirmation. It does look like that one right there is missing cover. Let's add one in. I think it's very unlikely that you'd actually get stuck in this one, but better to be safe than sorry. I don't like... Nope, that's probably fine. I think it's close enough to the edge you wouldn't get stuck in it. I'm still going to run around and toggle all these again. And make sure that there's none that have their own physics exclusively as a way to not get stuck in them. I don't 100% trust these walls are not broken, but I'll test that here in a second. I think the ones that are built into the stone walls are usually fine, as far as I know. I will go ahead and test that though, why not? Let's go ahead and see. Actually, this is not a part of the wall, am I wrong? No, it is. Okay, so let's test this one. I believe these are fine. I don't think that you can get stuck in them, but I'm going to test it right now. And actually, I'll take one of these and test it on its own to make sure that I'm correct if it's still broken. So plank A, I'm not sure about. Plank B, I am pretty sure about as being broken. So let's confirm that I recall correctly. Let's go through and run through and test these. Okay, I spawned inside a wall. It's normal. All right, so I'm about 99% sure that you won't get stuck inside of this wall here. Yeah, this is fine. What's kind of funny is that the wooden part of this wall has no physics, so that's kind of lazy. I think it would look and sound better if I put wood here manually. So you'll notice, like, this is a part of the stone object, so they didn't bother to apply a separate physics shape to it. So you can walk through it. It sounds like stone. It doesn't sound like wood. This will sound like wood. It does sound like wood, and this one does too, because it's not a part of a stone wall. So this part is its own object, so it sounds different. But I think this piece of wood is built into the wall. So it doesn't sound like wood, which is a very niche thing to care about. But the main thing is that because it has its own, it doesn't actually have this glitched physics shape to it. Like these module wall plank Bs are broken. They're glitched. I said that in the stream. So these ones, if I walk into them, I'll be trapped. I can't leave. And they have their own physics to them. So this is module wall plank A. This is plank B. This is the wall. So the wall has plank A in it, but it has no physics, so it's fine. You can't get trapped in there. This one, I don't recall if you get trapped. You do get trapped. You'll see I can't leave. There's no way for me to leave this wall. That's the built-in... Oh, actually, you can get out of it. I didn't realize that. Maybe because there's two of them, and they're both like kind of pushing me out. But normally, when you get trapped in wall plank A, you can't get out. So what they did in the native version of the map, again, and just to re-explain, because we had a whopping 1 viewer on the stream who's just joined. You normally can't get out, and the way around this is you put an invisible object inside of it, which has its own physics. Same thing here. I'm now stuck inside the wall, and I can't really leave. So let's... Can I call my horse over? There's no way to do that. You might be able to get out if you, like, kick a wall or jump. But you're usually kind of screwed if this happens. So this would be a really bad deal to happen in an actual skirmish match, to be trapped there and easily hit. So I have at this point, I think that I fixed almost every one of these. But maybe not all of them. So one thing I didn't expect is... I didn't realize, actually, that when you... Okay, so fun fact here. The module wall plank A and B, I made them not visible for testing. And they would actually have no physics, except that I'm hitting the physics not of module wall plank B or A, which are those objects right there that I was just testing. I'm not hitting those, I'm hitting the invisible cube that I put inside of them. And unlike those walls, these cubes are not bugged, so I can't get trapped in them like a stupid Venus flytrap. This is a normal plank, so I won't get trapped in it. So I'm going to run through and test all of these and make sure... Actually, because they're not visible, I'm going to have to hit Control-Tab and get out of the tester. And I'm going to make them all visible again. And I'm going to delete these guys. These are just for testing. Let's go ahead and delete these guys, delete this guy, and hit save. And I'm going to re-enable all the planks A and B. Go ahead and hit save, and then I'm going to go back to the tester, and I'm going to run into every single one of them. And if I get trapped in any of them, what I know is missing is an editor cube. So you can't really see it, but I've placed a bunch of editor cubes all throughout the map. And if I enable helpers, you'll see them here. So they're all not visible, but if I duplicate them upwards, I got the base floor one. So you'll see they're all here. I'm going to go ahead and delete these copies in a second. I'll move them very far up so it's easy to select them. But these are the ones that I placed in all the wooden planks. And if I make them not editor gizmo, if I give them, I don't know, editor cube. So these are, excuse me, these are all the wooden beams, effectively. They're invisible, but they're not bugged, so you can actually... You can walk into these, you can hit these, and it won't crash your game. Unlike the native module wall plank B is totally broken. So these guys are inside of every single one of these. I've had to go through the map, and everywhere that I have module wall plank or A or B, I've had to place an invisible cube. Otherwise, you can get trapped inside of it. So I am now in the very dumb, very boring cleanup phase. So I just need to test this map and make sure I didn't miss a single one. And I'm going to walk into every single wooden beam that looks like this. And if it makes a wooden sound and I don't get trapped in it, then I know it's fixed. And if I get trapped in it, I need to fix it. So I think I fixed all these. I'm going to do a final QA check so nobody else gets stuck. After that is fixed, I'm going to be looking for any area that you can jump in and get stuck. So like some of these, if I turn on the physics view, there are a bunch of little cubes. Bannerlord does not like letting you walk on surfaces like this. And I think especially like right here, if you jumped, you might get stuck in a permanent fall. It's not likely to happen, but it can happen. So the easy way around that is you take another invisible cube and you make it a kind of a floor. So there's no little gap they can fall through, like right here. This is a bad thing to have on a map. I think the odds of somebody wanting to be there are very low, but if they're not looking where they're going, they're running away, I would hate for somebody to die because they got stuck there. It's just a stupid thing to happen. So it's a quality of life thing to not to not have those problems. So let's go ahead and hit save, go into the tester, and let's see if we can verify that every single one of these is not broken. Which will be it's a pretty boring part of the process, to be honest. And just as a reminder, this scene tester is actually broken in the native scene tester. You have to get Gotha's scene tester from the Mountain Blade modding Discord to have this work. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and dismount here and run into every single one of these. So this one is broken, it seems like. This one is broken, but there's another thing right next to it, so you can't quite get stuck into it. So that one needs to be fixed. And this one, I don't recall. It might be broken, but you can't really get stuck in it. This one I don't recall. This one's broken for sure. This one's definitely broken. So you see what I'm saying here is I have to like try to jump out. And because it's so large, I think that you're just permanently stuck in it. My guess for what's happening, I think the physics shape is probably inverted. I think it's probably facing only inside out and not preventing you from going outside in. So it's kind of like if you created a bunch of one-way walls and they're supposed to be facing the exterior world and they only face the interior, then you have something that you can walk into but you can't walk out of. And I'm pretty sure that's what's happened here. And if you make it larger, you can't even jump out of it. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Control Tab and get out of it. I'll have to fix that one. Now, the way to identify these two is... Are these module wall plank A? It should be. So if I select all module wall planks, if I run through them and I disable them while entity physics are enabled, if I no longer see any physics shape there, what that means is I'm only selecting the broken entities. I'm not selecting the invisible thing that's supposed to be underneath them, preventing you from getting in there. And if they toggle physics, when I toggle their visibility, that means that there's nothing underneath them, which means that they're effectively a trap that you can fall into. So there are several in this interior area that I need to fix. And it is a simple fix once you know what to look for, but it's kind of awful to have to fix it this way. This is entirely avoidable, and they could just, fix the physics shape in the native game, and they haven't done that in 4 years. So let's fix that for this map. Editor cube. So I have these beams. Where are they? This one's right here. So I'm going to drag that one around. I'll hit P to place it. Let's put them right here. I'll match rotation, the size. If anything, make it slightly larger so there's no question of getting stuck in there. I think that the scene editor does tend to kind of runs slower in certain views. I think it's the entity physics that are making it so slow. But I toggle it off. Yeah, so it's still slow like this when I resize. The game is very, very poorly optimized when you resize an object while showing physics. I don't think it's this slow normally. Like, this is way faster. This is really smooth. So I think having the physics enabled as I resize the object is a very bad idea. Which means it does make it harder to eyeball the shape. I'll also have to deal with that problem, to be honest. This shape is a lot less... It's a lot more bent than I realized. I actually want to have 2 cubes on it. To make it, like, better match the shape. Maybe even 3 to make a triangle. Like this. Yeah, it's a hard shape to match. So there's actually now 3 invisible beams inside of this one broken object. So the goal is when I enable physics, it doesn't look drastically different. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's go select the beams. This one is a little bit out of position. Oh, I think it's about good enough. What about this one? This one's okay. This one is... Let's be further out to this side. And this one is not doing much right now. I think I'll just clone it one last time. This will be the outside edge right here. So I'm not too worried about having multiple objects that are not broken overlapping. As long as they're on the outside edge, so you can't start getting inside the broken object. Because that would be bad. You could. And it looks like the backside is at risk of being walked into still. Okay, with those 4 shapes, actually 5. So let's move all these down a little bit because it's kind of barely off the ground. And then disable physics shape here. And copy all 5 of these over to this one. Is it the same position? It is the same position. Let's get them right overlapping. And then go to the module wall here, turn off its physics. And these 2 should no longer be, you know, the wooden Venus flytrap of death that you just get stuck in forever. And these were actually the hardest ones to get out of because they're oversized. Now this one is not a module wall plank B or A, so it's not a problem. This one is a problem. Does have physics shapes to it. Let's turn that off and get another cube beam in there. Let's make the size uniform in the scale. Let's make that about, I don't know, that size? That works. And it doesn't have to be perfect, you know. People are not going to be able to test the physics on the very top right here. But we could toggle it off. Yeah, I'll make it a little bit lower. Why not? This thing should be higher, though. I think. It's kind of missing a wooden beam here to look nice. Let's add one in. Alright, so let's go ahead and rotate it in place. Press G to move it around. Z to rotate it. Yeah, I'm just hitting G and Z to... G translates it across the floor. And then Z is going to rotate it. And then T to translate if I want to. I just want a little kind of transition piece to make this nicer. I think that looks fine. Because the problem that you have is these little plank things were holding up nothing. So it's kind of like, why are they even there if there's nothing to hold up structurally? You can't really tell the difference, but if I turn off entity physics and then... So you'll see, I think that looks okay. Like without this there, that looked pretty stupid to me. Which is just how the native map looks. Pretty minor improvement, but nice detail. I think here, same problem. This plank is protruding out and looks stupid. So another one would be a valuable addition. Like that, maybe. Be a little bit shorter, like this. So now it doesn't look like this plank is supporting nothing, which was kind of a stupid thing to have. All right, so I fixed these two broken poles, and now we're going to go back through and enable physics as our main thing of concern. And I know there's a couple more broken poles in here. I think it was right here. Was this one? Let's toggle. We are looking for module wall, plank. Was it module plank? Module wall? Plank A or B? So these are all broken, and if the physics change as I toggle them on or off, then we have a problem. So we have more poles to fix. My guess is that these are too close to a non-broken object to be a problem. This one actually looks a little bit suspect. I think this one right here is, you can see my cursor right over here. This one is a problem too. So we're going to add more editor cubes and fix these. Our goal is that people cannot get stuck inside of walls when they're playing the game, because that's not fun. Well, I'm super dehydrated. I'm going to go ahead and pause for 1 minute here. I'll be right back, but I cannot speak right now. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Okay, so carrying on with the very boring cleanup work, we have a broken pole to put another pole inside of so that you don't get stuck. And to actually see what I'm doing, we need to re-enable the visibility on that. Okay. Alright, so this last cube, let's make sure it's in the right spot. Hitting Z, and then let's resize it with B. Needs to be a little bit wider. I'm going to turn off its visibility when I resize it. Or actually, I could just use this option. Resizing it with the sliders, like B or Z, is so slow when you have physics view enabled. I don't know why that is. Did I? I think I might have totally changed its position by accident. Is it not? Huh. So it's resizing the object, but the physics shape is not changing size. Is it? I didn't know that. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so what I was doing here, I was... Well, you can't even tell the difference. This object is currently invisible because it's got the editor gizmo material applied. If I apply the editor cube material... So I was resizing the meta mesh, and I was not resizing physics. So that's why it wasn't changing shape, is I was only resizing the material, or the meta mesh, the material and what you see visually, but I wasn't resizing the overall object with this option. Okay, so let's delete this one, because why not, and get a non-bugged one. So if I hit T and then Shift and click, I've got another copy. Move it over here. I'm going to resize it. Actually, it's already a decent size. So that's good. And I think we're done with that one. Let's make sure that this module wall plank A needs material disabled. We can actually do that all at once. I've got a module wall plank A. I want all of these to have a broken material. I can't speak at all today right now. Anyways, you'll see that until I hit X, there's a dashed line here. So one of these shows none. Other one shows the normal physics shape object, which is broken. If I select all of them, it's a dashed line. So the dashed line indicates there's a mixed values. They're not all one value. If I hit X, it's now deleted. So they're all blank now. Now, I'm just realizing some of them are floating in the air. I'm not sure how that happened, to be honest. But it's fixed now. Did I toggle these to be invisible at some point? I mean, I definitely did, but what was weird is that earlier, this one had despawned. And now it's back? Huh. And these two ones were also missing. Now, one thing I haven't tested is I know that these are all broken when you have the normal default physics shape built in. One thing I haven't tested is if they're so broken that you can still get trapped in them, even when their physics are disabled. I would be very surprised. I'm about 99% sure. I'm going to test this right now. But even though the native object is broken, which I'll also demonstrate, this is definitely going to be a trap. You can't walk... If you walk into this, you can't walk out. But these ones have their physics shape removed, so you shouldn't be able to walk inside of them. So even if I do miss fixing one of them, as long as their physics shape has been deleted, I should be okay. I'm going to test them and make sure that that is correct, that you can't get stuck when their physics is disabled. Alright, so if I dismount here, these first two have no physics. So I should be able to walk through them no problem, and these last two are bugged. And if you walk into them, you can't get out. Yep. Alright, so that's correct. So that's good news. The good news is that even if I do miss one of these, as long as I've correctly... I think I missed a syllable there. As long as I correctly turn off the physics shape entirely for all of these, they are not a problem that will trap you. I didn't even realize I had those left over from testing earlier. Now, these ones look like that item. This European house has these built in. But I think since it's a custom physics shape object, you can't... I don't imagine those are the same. If you think about it, that is module wall plank A. But I think because it's its own unique physics object, I don't believe that you can get stuck inside of it. Because just like these wooden walls that have the module wall plank A built in. Where's that? So I'll turn off physics view. This wall has a module wall plank A type thing built in. But if you walk into it, you don't get stuck. Because there actually is no... There's no separate plank A thing there. There's no actual wooden shape there. They simplified it. So this one you definitely can't get stuck in. But this house that has the same... They reuse the same mesh, but I think it's a unique physics shape. So I don't think it has the same bug as these poles. We'll test it right now. Now, the only other object that I'm aware of having the same broken physics shape as these poles, there is a Stygian dungeon staircase that has like another tunnel inside of it that's like twice as small. So if you try walking inside of it, it's like... I don't know how to describe it. It's like walking into a room, but the walls are 4 feet closer than they actually should be. So this one is not bugged, which doesn't surprise me. I know that it looks like the other mesh. They use the same material, it's the same shape, but because it's not the actual same physics shape, it's not bugged in the same way. Now this one, I think, I've already disabled the physics on it, so you can't get stuck in it, but you can walk through it. So these ones need their own invisible cube inside of them. These ones, I think, already do. Sounds like wood, so you know that there's nothing there. So I think most of these are good. So I think this one's fine. I'm going to test if I can get stuck in here easily. If I jump repeatedly, it'll get stuck. We're kind of in the now, like the boring QA phase. So I'm looking for dumb places I can get stuck in. Like, this is an example. The way to fix this is you put a flat invisible cube in the floor. That's like raises the... Basically want to have one flat surface. That's like level with the water here. And that'll fix that. It's pretty stupid. I think you shouldn't be able to go up the stairs or glitch through it, which you can't, I don't think. I hate these like dumb... Some ladders you can like jump through them. It's pretty stupid. This one, I bet you that we can get stuck through here. I haven't added any cubes here yet. So I would not be surprised if it's like almost impossible to get out of these spots here. You'd be pretty silly to try to get in here. It'd be a bad spot to be no matter what. But I think that right now, since there's no... Yeah, I was not surprised that you get stuck here. Yeah, so when you're making a map, you want to look for any gaps between objects and walls are basically just hell. You just fall through the floor indefinitely. So there's no way out. There's nothing I can do. I can't hit my way out. Maybe if I kick, I might be able to get out. But unless somebody hits me, I'm just stuck here. So that's one more thing to fix. Besides the module wall planks A and B that are all cursed and you have to build your own physics on top of them manually, it's these little stupid gaps in the walls that I don't like. These are bad spots. Like this type of stuff, you have some sort of non-flat object next to a wall. It's too easy to get stuck there. So I'll put an invisible cube inside of all these, and it'll make it a flat surface. Probably the same thing as a problem right here, maybe? I think I already fixed that. This one probably wouldn't get you stuck, but it wouldn't hurt to try a flat cube on top of them. This one... I'm actually surprised that I didn't put a barrier there. You could probably get up that if you knew that. Huh. Yeah, this is... I think a horse archer might be able to get up that. It is very steep. So probably not. But I'm worried that a horse archer could get up that. So I want to fix that. This, you get trapped in for sure. If somebody jumped in here, they're going to get stuck forever. Where else is a problem spot? I think that this is risky. I'd say it's a low risk, but it's a high enough risk to fix that. These ones... probably fine. What even is that? It's buckets. You probably wouldn't get stuck in the buckets. I think that you'd be fine right there. Okay, so we have 2 missing poles here. Let's apply a physics shape to that. We'll get a editor cube. So my my mute key, so I don't cough on stream all the time, is also the save and close shortcut. So if you see that popping up all the time, that's the reason why. Alright, so I copied that, shift click to copy it, and then I'm going to put these inside of, hit P to place it over here, G to rotate, or G to translate it, Z to rotate it, get it in spot. Make sure it's at least the same size as the plank itself, but not too much larger. And I think that about approximates the shape. As long as it's not a huge difference, it's not going to detract from gameplay. So I think that's close enough. So right now I'm just making sure that every one of these broken poles with no physics shape applied to it has an invisible editor cube instead. Alright, then looking around, I want to turn off toggle on and off visibility. Some of these are missing a cube. this guy right here needs a cube. It's actually wood. And that way, if you shoot an arrow, it'll make a wooden sound instead of a stone sound. It's a very minor quality of life improvement thing. Alright, so let's do that again. Making sure that all the wood objects have a wood physics applied to them. At least mostly. The diagonal parts, I can't be bothered to fix that. The fact that like this wooden thing is not a wooden collision, I don't care that much. Now, it is stupid that it's too far down. We'll fix that. Why can't I rotate it? Let's hit Z, rotate that. It's a better spot. That looks better. Okay, and then this guy has wood applied to it, hopefully. That looks okay. What about this corner? These guys need a piece of wood there, so grab one of these from wherever that was. Did I make an extra copy there? I didn't. Every time that you shift click, you make a copy, so I was making sure I didn't do that by accident. Alright, another copy for this one that has no physics to it. And the reason I've turned on the physics on this pole, every single module while playing A or B in the gate-based game, if you use a native physics shape object, you can walk into it and you can't walk out of it. Every single one of these things is broken in the base game. So you have to put a different object inside of it and disable its own physics built in. That's actually how the native map is built. The native map has these all over the place, and none of them have physics enabled. It's very weird. So they didn't fix the object in the game. They deleted its physics on their own map from Tailworlds. The developers knew it was a problem and never fixed that. I said it earlier in stream, but we had a couple of people join, so I'm going to keep repeating myself, and I apologize about that. Okay, so we're almost done applying arbitrary physics shapes to the broken objects. I think there are almost none left. This one is not quite lining up with the cubes underneath it. Let's fix that. Which cube is the problem here? So one of these. Which one, though? Oh, here it is. Okay, so this one is not in position. Okay, is there another one underneath it? I think there is. Are there two beams there? I think that there are, but it's fine. Kind of a tight corner. Maybe it would be really bad for Cap to try to push through there, probably. So, if I was an archer, I'd probably want to sit here if there's a fight and lots of Cap around. Anyways, although your line of sight's kind of lame. Anyways, that one is fixed enough. I think. This one needs another beam there. So I hit T and then shift click to bring over a copy, put that in position. Make it the right size. Was it too far? No, it's fine. So this about matches. There we go. All right, and then these guys, do they have their own physics shapes to them? So you'll notice the native house here does not give you a separate wooden object. So if you stab this, it'll make a stone sound, and it won't make a wooden sound. It's a very minor problem, but if I'm already fixing the issue everywhere else, I might as well fix it there too. I don't think that I would normally do this. In terms of if I was making a map from scratch, and I didn't have a bunch of these module wall planks A or B everywhere, or I was already manually overriding the physics on everything, I probably wouldn't bother to do it in the houses. But because I'm already going on my way to kind of make the physics fixed, I might as well kind of give these houses a more realistic material sound. So now if you like shoot an arrow at the house, instead of it bouncing off the stone, it'll stick into the wood. It's a very minor improvement, and people probably wouldn't notice it, but it's kind of fun to do. So why not? So I'm not fixing it everywhere. Like I could fix it like with these diagonal things right here. I don't care that much. I care enough to fix the poles, like the diagonal support beams. Like if somebody shoots that and they're, you know, upset that it doesn't have its own physics object that sounds like wood, take it up with the tail worlds, to be honest. All right, one more on this house. But I think that the stone thwack sound is, you know, more satisfying than the cling of I say stone thwack. No, it's the wooden thwack sound is more satisfying than the cling sound of stone. So that's part of the reason I'm fixing this everywhere. I think these guys are wooden, actually wooden. If I toggle, so that there is already wood. This one, what about this one? This is not. Because any piece of wood built into the wall, tail worlds, you could call it optimization. I would call it lazy. They did not give the wooden parts of their stone wall modules any physics. So if you stab them, it sounds like stone. It's kind of weird because, you know, you can shoot through them. Like, they protrude a solid, like, 3 inches off from the stone. So I think this is bad game design. Because if I was an archer sitting behind this wall, and it had, like, you know, a 3-inch or 4-inch piece of wood sticking out, I would think, hey, you know, this is a big enough thing that it should have its own physics. But natively it doesn't. Like, this is the native, like, hit mesh or hitbox. There is no wooden protrusion in the house natively. I think that's bad game design. Because any reasonable person is going to think, well, like, that's very far from the surface. Obviously, it should collide with something, but it doesn't. So that's kind of a lame thing. And since I'm already fixing it everywhere else, I'm going to fix it here too. I expect the same thing here too. Yeah, same thing. You would think that this stops, you know, an arrow. It doesn't. Well, you'd actually not be shooting with this as cover. Like, there's no... This would be your obstacle anyways. But anyways, mostly for the hit sound effect, I'll fix it there too. And same thing on this side of the house. Why not fix that there too? I don't think that, you know, from an optimization perspective, a cube is as simple as it gets. So I don't think that I'm hurting the scene by adding more cubes. And here too. Yeah, no wooden collision sounds on any part of that house's corner. Now there was a nighttime version of this map, and at this point, I'm making enough changes that to merge those changes in would be harder than kind of making another copy of this and starting the night map over. So that's probably what I'm going to be doing, is either abandon the night map version, or... Because there's no way that I'm going to, like, copy all these invisible objects to the night map. Bannerlord Senator makes it very hard to load in sets of objects without crashing a scene. So even if I was well organized and I knew exactly what I wanted to copy over, odds are when I did copy it, it would crash. Now let's see, is this going to be... Yeah, I think here too, why not? I'll add this as wood. And I think that mostly covers all the random stone pieces in this house that would should be sounding like wood, but would make a stone sound when you hit them, because there was no wooden physics object applied. It's a very minor improvement, but I think that like if you're shooting around the corner, you shouldn't be able to shoot through this. That's kind of stupid. Now here, is there another piece of wood there that's missing? There is, in fact. Can we make this larger? All right, I think that is a better approximation of the size. It's too long actually right now. So that should fit pretty well. All right. And I think all of these have no physics to them as well. Correct. I'm going to go ahead and fix those two while I'm at it. So let's copy one of these over, hit T to translate, or G rather, but I'm hitting shift-click to create a new copy. I'm going to hit T to translate, move it up, hit B to make it larger, scale it up on the Z-axis, and then I'll rotate it into position. It's a little bit too wide, I think. Is this one floating off the ground? No, it's not. Same thing here too. This doesn't sound like wood. I mean, it should sound like wood, but it's not going to. If you hit this in the native game, it'll sound like stone, which is quite silly. How many pieces of whatever do they put here? Jesus. I'm just hoping that it doesn't protrude too far off the surface. It actually kind of does. I think the only way to fix that... I think that natively, the physics of that wooden pole are really weird. They made it protrude really far from the surface. Like, that doesn't really line up at all. It's, and they also, like, put a much bigger chunk off the surface here, too. I think the simplest way to fix that might be, let's get rid of these cubes, maybe. I'll save, and then I'll put a different piece of wood there. An actual, like, full beam. Not that. One of these. Not this guy. This guy. T and shift click, make a copy, and then bring it over here. And then make it right. Say shape and size. What I want is that what you see is what you get. I don't want to have a bunch of objects in the scene where physics are, you know, offset significantly from the surface, because that just leads to unpredictability about where things are actually at, which is pretty stupid. So for now, we'll do this. And actually, I didn't realize that there's a missing end piece right here, which I doubt people are going to notice. But if I toggle off the physics, you'll see how like there's an invisible hole. It's kind of a lazy. That's part of the house itself. I don't think this is a custom house. No, actually it is. So they didn't put an end piece on it? Which part is missing that? Is it this piece? So this piece has no end here, and they didn't cap it off. So we could fix that by just making this taller. Like that. So now it doesn't have a missing cap. It's like a random hole in the entity. I suspect that nobody has noticed that until now, except for me. But that did remind me that there was another broken part of this mesh, or this map. So there is this thing. I need to put a hole in this cap, this hole in this mesh. Actually, I think when I was looking earlier, this plank was missing. Now, that does raise the question of, is there a physics shape object underneath it? I think the answer is no. I need to put something in there. Right now, if you shot an arrow into that plank, it would just go right through. Let's go to Editor Cube, Beam. Let's make a copy, hit P to place it, rotate it around with Z, hit G to translate it on the floor, and then hit T to translate it down, make that taller. But 6.3. And now that object actually does have physics, which is good. So that's fixed. And I think we want to get another pole, probably one of these, and put that over here, because I never fixed this thing. This wall is protruding off another wall, so if you look at it at a certain angle, it looks bad. Now if I hide that protrusion, it no longer looks like there's no reason for this door to be there. So that's fixed. I think I kind of want to put another whole copy behind this and like move it down. That way you can't tell that there's stone behind it. Because you could see through and it was just like an obvious stone wall, which looked pretty dumb, to be honest. So now it looks less dumb. All right. For our final walkthrough here, we're just looking for any missing physics on the walls, where there should be wood and there's actually stone, or nothing. So I've already gone through and disabled all the broken object physics, and you'll see right there there's a missing invisible cube where I need to have a piece of wood. So I'll copy another one over. I'll hit T, shift-click on the blue line, or blue plane. That'll move it on the floor axis only. I'll hit Z and hold the Z button. Rotates it on the floor axis, essentially. And hit T to translate it down, bring it down. And then now this does have physics, so mission accomplished. Let's make sure that it lines up well enough. Yeah, I think that's fine. Anywhere else that I have these stupid planks? Probably here, but you can't really... maybe you could be annoyed by that. Yeah, I'll put one there too. Let's hit T, shift-click the blue plane that moves it around on the floor. Hit Z to rotate that. And I think that looks okay. I'll probably make it a little bit wider. Yeah, that's fine. All right, and anything else? I think this one's missing. Yeah, there's no physics object on that little pole right there. Let's go to this cube. Hit T, shift click, make a copy here. And this pole has no physics to it. Yeah, one thing you'll notice is I save pretty compulsively, and that's because the Xanadur just crashes all the time. Alright, so I think there were a couple in here that I didn't fix yet. On the wall right here. The spawn. Okay, I think that's fine. What about these ones? That's also fine. On the inside, I'm not sure. Yeah, that little corner is not really a corner, so quite a bit different what you'd expect to hit if you approach it. It's unlikely that people will notice that, but if I just add in 2 more cubes, I can kind of like smooth off the transition so there's more of an actual corner there. Anytime you enlarge one of these objects with a broken physics, it's more important that you're careful with how you put something underneath it. It's just more noticeable. This spot, I don't think is... This you could probably get stuck in. I don't think anybody would walk into it, but I think that you could maybe... It's more possible. This would be a very bad spot to get stuck in. I don't think it's likely to happen, but I could fix that too. So let's go ahead and... what else? I'm going to do the floor corner wall cleanup thing will be at the end. The last thing was make sure that we have wood where there's supposed to be wood. I should say wood entity physics where there's supposed to be wooden physics. So I think where I have had to disable it on all the broken modules, I've now fixed it just about everywhere. Anywhere else it's missing? I think in the obvious spots I've fixed it all. Was there any I didn't think of? Well, the last thing to do is... This one looks a little bit off. That's better. Okay. So I'm going to select all the module wall planks A and B. I'm going to run through each one of these and just kind of see where they're at. I actually forgot there were some over here. That's why I'm checking. So I bet I don't have any physics objects on them. This one might need physics. So... Okay, there's 2 in the house, 2 on the stone wall, and then pretty much where you'd expect them in the house. I did forget to check these, actually. The one outside, I also forgot to check this one. So those are the last ones to check. Do they have physics assigned to them? No. So we'll need to fix those as well. And does this one have physics assigned to it? No. If you try to walk into that, it would you'd hit the wall from the stone, but there's no wooden collision object. So we'll fix that real quick. It'll be a quick fix. Editor Q, beam. Select one of those, hit T, and then shift click, make a copy, hit P to place it down here. Hit G to move it on the floor, hit Z to rotate it, and then get it in spot, and then eyeball it. Make it larger. And I think that is pretty much fine for this one. Make a hit T, translate, shift click. And then the other 2 ones that are broken over here. They have no physics. Let's fix that. And copy. All right, and that's fixed. There were a couple I had forgotten to look at that were in the house. So let's check those. This one I was definitely not sure about, but it does have its own physics object. You know, these ones that are on the flat wall, I don't care. The one on the corner will be enough of a difference to block a bow arrow, like being shot at you. So it's very bad to me. I consider it just like a major failing of Tailworlds is that these house prefabs that you bring into your scene, you know, if some archer's like trying to shoot around a corner, they would obviously think, well, okay, I should be safe with this cover, you know, by a little bit. There's no cover there. I think it's very, in this case, does it protrude more off the wall? It protrudes a huge amount off of the wall, too. So you could easily have your arrow eaten by the corner of this wall and not expect it to happen. I just, I wish that they would pay a little bit more care to that. But it's very unlikely that they're going to fix any of the physics. I mean, it's just crazy that you have an entire series of objects where there's 2 of them, and if you use any of them in your scene, and you don't manually delete the physics on it, and then place an object underneath it, people get trapped inside of it. It's crazy that is how the native game works. There are just every module wall plank A, module wall plank B. I had to delete the physics on them. Otherwise, you can walk into it and get stuck, and you can't get out of it. It's just broken in the native game. It's very stupid. So that one now has a wooden sound effect if you hit it, and it'll be harder to be confused. So it'll make more sense as a physics object now. Anywhere else to fix? There were a couple of these inside. I think I am worried about this one and this one. They don't have any piece of wood underneath them manually. The other ones, this one, yeah, you could walk into that one. But you wouldn't get stuck. The physics has been deleted. You just kind of would walk through it. You just phase through it right now if you walk into it. Until I manually apply an editor cube that has physics, that will have actual physics, but it won't be visible. So all these editor cubes, they have a editor gizmo material. That's the only transparent material that doesn't break your scene. Default empty does break your scene. So there's editor gizmo. You can use that material when you want it to be transparent. And there's default empty. And use that material when you want it to be transparent and to crash your scene. So if you want to create an object that crashes your scene and doesn't work for no reason, you have to go over to MetaMesh and search for default empty, and there's no warning about this, it'll make your object transparent in the same way that editor gizmo does. But as soon as your level of detail, your LOD, loads with default empty, your scene will crash every time, 100%. And there's no warning about that. There's no error log for that. There's no warning about that. They've never fixed that. If you ask me why does it work that way, I have no idea. So what's funny is, if you were fixing this module wall A problem, and you tried to create a transparent editor cube to fix that, and you apply the default empty material to make it transparent, it would crash your scene. So if you fix the broken object that has a broken physics shape, which Tailworlds has known has been broken for years and they haven't fixed it, that would mean that your scene would crash whenever the transparent material loaded. This happened to me, and it took me about, I think without exaggeration, I probably spent 40 hours trying to figure out why I had multiple scenes which crash when I got closer to them. And the only way to have like a distance-based crash in a scene is, as far as I know, if your scene doesn't crash immediately, but it crashes as you approach an object, you probably have a bugged level of detail. And the only way to bug it that I know of is to apply like a broken material. In this case, the only one that I know of that breaks your materials is default empty. So it's just so crazy that there's, like, not only is there this dumb physics shaped thing that you could have this problem with, but if you try to fix it, you could easily like do something that would make sense. You'd apply an empty material to it to make it transparent, and you put like an invisible empty material thing underneath the broken object, and that could also break your scene. So we're at kind of crazy, insane levels of brokenness from Tailworlds. Let's see. All right, so I think I've gone through and I have fixed every piece of wood that had no wooden physics underneath it. And at least, you know, they definitely all are at least disabled. So the worst case scenario is that you can phase through them, but you can't get trapped. And I think that was all of them. I'm going to do one last check. Module wall A and B. All plank A. These all need to be transparent, or no physics shape applied. And they all have none as the material. Underneath physics shape, meant there's no physics shape object. And for B, we need to have all these have no physics shaped underneath them. They all need to have a manual physics object underneath them, which is very tedious, and that's what I was just fixing. So all of these should now have their own physics. I think the easiest way for me to check that, so I make a copy of all of these, move it upwards. And then if I move another copy of the editor cubes, except for the floor. This floor, I want to lock you for selection. Go away. Where's this guy? I want to rename this floor something stupid. Just something else. Where is this stupid floor object? So it is one of these objects. If I deselect, can I select this guy? I'm just like clicking, shift clicking in chunks, and I know if I see it highlighted, it's in one of those chunks. I'm gonna change its name. Why is this underneath the floor? I think that Tailworlds has put this floor thing so you can't fall through all the way without dying. I don't know. I think the idea is that you fall and die when you hit this. I'm not sure what the point is. I'm gonna name this underground floor thing. And that way it won't get in my selection when I go for all these editor cubes. So I copy all these up, make a copy of all of them, click, shift click, hit T to translate, and then shift click to make a copy, move it upwards. So what I'm looking for is if there's any of these that don't have a thing underneath them. And there actually are some. So these ones I don't care about. Go away, go away. I don't need that. I don't need these either. All right, so the point of that was I had to delete the physics on all these wooden planks, and I have to have these invisible wooden cubes underneath all of them. And if I don't see a cube underneath it, it means that it has no wooden collision to it. So I think probably the way to check that most easily, besides eyeballing, this one right here is missing one, which is, I think that's in the corner. And then this one's missing a physics shape object, but you probably can't touch it. And this is the interior of the house. There are no physics collisions for like these interior wooden things. I don't care. You can't even see this one, so it doesn't matter. I could probably delete it, to be honest. So this one, I don't care. These two that don't have physics, I'm going to ignore that. And in fact, anyone that does have physics, it does have something underneath that, I can go ahead and delete those. So the ones that all have their own shapes to them, I can ignore them. I think that I might have confused myself there. All right, so anyways, it looks like just the outside wall of the tavern might have one that's missing a piece of wood. And that's pretty much it. I think these guys I was really thorough with. So, yeah, actually there are... It's directly beneath me. Oh, do these guys not have something here? What even is... Well, the way I could follow this up and down is clone it again. So which one was it that I was thinking about? Let's just select the ones I know are missing something. I'll make another copy of these and translate it down. That'll be my way of highlighting. This guy is... Where else is it missing? Something. It's such a weird way to troubleshoot. So this guy was missing a copy. Unless I deleted it by accident, which I might have. And... What else? What else was missing a thing underneath it? I think all of these have one. Almost. This guy, two. Alright, well I think that was like 2 or 3 that I missed. So if I copy this back down, and use this as my indicator, so these apparently might have missing physics shapes to them. I think this is inside the tavern, so I don't see it on the outside. And this is where? No, they definitely have a different piece of wood, but maybe not all the way through. And this one's fine too. So these guys are right here on the corner is fine, and this one's behind a wall, so you can't get to it. So it also doesn't need physics. So I have now confirmed that every single piece of wood has a separate piece of wood inside of it. And in fact, now that I think about that, it probably would have been easier to start like that, but too late. All right, so let's make sure that we have nothing floating in the air. Kind of just back out and make sure there's nothing that highlights. All right, great. I'm going to go and delete these guys outside of the scene. I'm not really sure why Tailworld's left this in the scene. They always leave these like prototyping concepts. They leave it a part of the scene. And actually, I'm remembering that I didn't. I'm actually a huge hypocrite. I left these kind of. Well, it's not really prototyping. It's different. These are used for copying and pasting. So I kind of made modules for the farm homestead thing. So I kept those out of the way so it'd be easy to select them without having tags or grouping or prefabbing. So I think that those were the main fixes I wanted to do, was the broken poles. I'm going to leave these here for now. I mean, I don't think this is going to add a huge amount of data to the scene. If somebody wants to rework it, they can. With this will be easier to make it to rework. And then the last thing to fix was these floor things. So I did check earlier, you can get stuck in this stupid corner. So anything like this is suspect. This is, you can get stuck in here or here probably. So we're just going to fix all those and then we're going to test. So I'm looking for anything else that looks suspect. I don't like carts that have this protrusion. You can get stuck there on a horse. Also, I just realized that you can probably get stuck inside this fence because of the barriers are behind it. That's a pretty easy fix. Generally speaking, you're better off having barriers that are, walls in your scene, like too far in front of the object rather than too far behind it. You don't want people to like get stuck and like, do a Gmod wall clipping, metal clanking sound thing going on. There's also this house thing you can get stuck on, I think. I'm going to add a couple of barriers there. I'm going to turn off physics though, because it looks ugly. Nope, not like that. There we go. So I think this you might be able to jump through as a horse archer or something. I don't think the people would find it out, but just in case. I'm going to put this up here like this. So that should make it too hard to get up. Yeah, that'll work. And probably one on this side too. I think it's very unlikely that somebody would try it, just in case. I know people are very dedicated to trying to find all the dumb spots that are broken on a map, and I don't want to have any available to be found. So let's fix that. There and there. Okay. I don't think that would be a big deal if they could get up to like just this part, and that would be too steep anyways, I imagine. Yeah, I think you'd fall off that. It'd be probably too steep. Well, if I wanted to be sure, it would be hard to add another barrier, so instead of being complacent, I will just add another one. I think that'll probably keep them out. It's likely a safe bet. Might be overdoing it here, to be honest, with the barriers. All right, that is fine for sure. This one, I don't see it being super possible to get around that corner, just in case. Now, I could put an editor cube there so you don't get stuck inside of the wooden stuff. It wouldn't be hard to do. So I'm going to do that. Let's get one of these editor cubes. What sound beam is fine. So let's copy one of these. Hit P to place it. Actually, I'm worried that I might have moved this object out of place. To make sure I didn't, I need to turn off entity physics, or turn off game entities, show physics. When I hit G to translate it, it didn't move, which meant that there was an original copy. I wasn't sure if I hit shift. So if you don't hit shift, it doesn't make a copy, it just moves the original object. So I was making sure that I had made a copy and that I wasn't moving the original. That would be bad if I was breaking the physics there. That would mean that you could just walk through that invisible module wall plank A thing or plank B, whatever it was. Okay, so I'm going to make this, call this Editor, cube, what's a good name for not getting stuck in the floor? Platform? Floor? Anti stuck. I don't know. Anti floor glitch. Anti floor glitch. That's a very descriptive name. And we'll put that over here where I was worried. Make it a kind of a big flat thing. 0.2. That's way too flat. Why is it? Oh, did I think it gets stuck being too small if you move it all the way down to 0. We'll do, I think if you type in 0, it just breaks the object. So that fixes it. Now it's just a cube. Let's enable physics view and then make sure that we have, that actually is fine, but this part I think you get stuck in. So that should be okay. This part, I don't think you get stuck in that. Maybe this part is worrisome. So we'll make that a lot narrower. Yeah, every time I type in 0, it breaks it. I need to do like 3 and then type in 0 on this part. Let's rotate that position and make it wider. So I think now you won't get stuck inside of this little wall corner. There's no reason to not do that. Like, if you look at the actual, and just the raw mesh there, it would be probably very likely to get you stuck. So we don't want that to happen. There's a small gap in the back right corner, but I don't think you can fall through there. So this should be way less easy to fall through. And I think right there is a problem too. What is the physics shape there? Why is there a straight wall? Oh my, no way. Is this as dumb as I think it is? There's no way it's that stupid. Whoa, my God. Okay, so they applied a mesh bender script to this and they never fixed it. So like the physics are stupid. The physics are a straight wall and the stone wall is curved. And they didn't think about this at all. I bet you if you run over this, that's so stupid. I bet you the collision is completely misaligned with the stone wall. We're going to check that. That is not going to fly on my map. We're going to fix that. That's normal. So I'm using Goth as editor tester. As a reminder, if you go to the Mount and Blade modding Discord, the actual name is literally Mount and Blade modding. If you just search in the pins of the Bannerlord scene editor, Gotha has a tester that actually works. The native tester in the scene editor doesn't work at all. It'll crash your game every time. You cannot test the scenes easily in native. There's ways around that. All right, so let's see if this is broken. Anyway, I'm overexplaining that. Any physics? There's no physics here. There's no physics at all. And this, oh, there's an invisible wall here. This is in the native map. This is not something I did. I did not rework this part of the map over here at all, like until just now. Like this is not, there's no physics here. So that's something you have to be careful for, and Tailworlds isn't careful for it, apparently. You got to watch out for anytime you apply a mesh bender script, it doesn't usually redo the physics shape object underneath it. I think walls maybe are like one of the few objects that don't have this problem, but most of the time that you bend an object, the underlying collision object is not bent. So that's a problem here too. I think. Yeah, like this is not really, well, for whatever reason, it seems to better mirror the object here, but not great. Yeah, this is a little bit better. Mostly hitting the wooden thing that I created. Um, okay, well, that's stupid. Let's run around and check for anywhere else that we can get stuck. I think I was a little bit worried about the baskets in this room. I think that they're fine, but I give it about 20% chance you get stuck. Nope, it catches you, but you're not stuck in a falling position. So you can get out, but I don't think it's good for gameplay to get stuck like that. You would never get stuck in a pot like that in real life. You might fall over, but you wouldn't get stuck. So I think that I will get rid of that. I think these pots were questionable for their getting stuck. I don't know. Actually, no, there's a big invisible wall there, so you can't really get stuck in them. So these should be fine. And then I'm not too worried about these ones, to be honest. I think I put a big invisible barrier, so you can't jump over it anyways. I haven't really thought to test anything inside here for getting stuck. I suppose I should check the sacks and make sure you can't fall in between the wall. Or did I already put an invisible barrier there? I did already put an invisible barrier there, didn't I? So you can't really get against them. I think this has invisible barriers too, so shouldn't be able to get stuck, I hope. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to make my maps completely 100% idiot proof. But I did put an invisible barrier on the roof here. So I was checking if that works. And it does seem to. I wonder if you have a horse, if it would still work. I bet if I strafe, I can get up this thing. Or if I just jump. I don't want people to like glitch through the ceiling as a horse archer. That would be bad if they could get on an otherwise impossible position. Be kind of cringe if that happened, so I want to make sure that it doesn't. I could have sworn that there were invisible barriers on this cart, so you couldn't even go up it, I thought. Now, I can't really get through here. Can I strafe up this? Or what if I just jump straight on? Okay. I'm still worried. I think I'll just add a barrier all around the cart. Because I think if you get on a horse, you might be able to glitch through the invisible barrier. Anywhere else I'm worried about? I already put a flat surface here, so you can't fall into it. That was a very intentional decision. I think you can't even really get over it. But as an archer, if you go through this way, there's no... You're floating, which is stupid. Maybe I should put an extra sack so you're not standing on a floating surface, but I'd rather you float than that you fall through and get stuck, so that was a quality of life thing. You know, I've actually never really checked this area for... It's fine. You can't really get stuck. I think I've never really noticed that being a problem in the native map. I didn't touch it at all. This part I am worried about people being able to maybe be able to jump through with a horse. But there's so many barriers. I don't know. It seems unlikely, but I will double check the ladder. Let's see. If I go under it, what about that? I think I have an invisible barrier underneath the ladder, but I'm going to stick it out more because I think why not? There's no reason. You obviously can't go underneath it, and I'm going to maybe put just a visual obstruction underneath it, like a pot, so people don't feel like they should be able to walk through it, and then I'm going to put two invisible barriers on both sides so people don't try to glitch underneath there. I have not checked this area for getting stuck. I imagine the spot you might be able to. What about here? Yeah, they've already got some barriers here, I think. This part maybe could do some shenanigans. If there's not an invisible wall right here, there should be, but I think there already is. Yeah, I think there already maybe is one. So I think this is fine. Any last areas with obstacles to check? I think you might be able to get stuck in some of these areas. I don't think the tail worlds paid that much attention originally. Like right here, I think between the hay and the wall, you could probably get stuck. Hopefully not too stuck that I have to restart the editor. So let's see if I can fall through here. Do I get stuck completely? No, you're fine. And then the last area that I made myself, check. The new spawn area, I think, has a questionable piece of hay right here. I think it's a low chance, but you might get stuck here. And what if you jump? Okay, I think we're okay. Here, maybe? No. I mean, if this was broken, it would be broken in native. It's not a good spot to be in, but you're not broken. Under this bucket, I think you're fine. All right. Cool. So the only areas that I think are broken are the ones that would be obviously broken. This spot I think is fine. I'd like to put obstructions in this front area for carts because the way that they trap horses is just so frustrating. Like if you get stuck in this in a battle, you're just dead. It takes 30 years to back out, which I think is kind of unfair. But anyways, this spot is fine, and it was just the I think it's mostly the tavern area where I'm worried about. These guys, this is hell. This is the one thing to fix. This is hell. So we have the broken tail world special, those stone rocks that are bent that have no physics applied to them that match, and everything here I don't trust anything in this area. Like this is okay. Can you get stuck in this wall right here? Kind of. Can I jump out of this? I can. So this is stupid, but it's not completely broken. So I think just this is definitely the worst spot right here. This one I'm not literally stuck, but it's really hard to get out. I am going to put a barrier and or more stuff. Okay, so we have the ladder to make a barrier for, we have this stuff to fix, and we have the broken thingy from Tail Worlds. Let's hit Control Tab. I'm going to tab it out of Gothic Editor Tester, and I'm going to fix the last part of the map here. So let's go ahead and turn on physics view again. And we can see the broken curved wall, which is has no matching physics. So I take both of these curved walls, and I delete the walls. Like, so what? What I should do here instead is I'm going to take my last added editor cube beam, which is called anti-stuck, I think. Anti-stuck. Call this one, we'll call all these wood. We'll rename them. And then the last one I'm going to rename to be stone. And we're going to change material to be stone. And now it'll we can rebuild the physics on top of these stones. So let's do that. And I think what I want to do is have probably an angled surface. Yeah, I'll need to place that in a bunch of these actually. Okay. So probably have it a little bit inside of the surface like this, and then make another one over here. Make it shorter. And then angle it down. Actually, if I angle it down, I can make it longer. Get away with that. Move it down. So now it pretty much approximates the actual mesh a lot better already. Let's turn off the game entity so I can actually see what I made. Okay. And then we're going to add more of a gentle curve to that so you can kind of walk along it. It looks like something you should be able to walk kind of as a slope. So let's try to do that. Make it larger. What does it look like in terms of the actual game entity? Let's take a look. It's not as much of a gentle slope as I thought it was. So that'll make it a better approximation of the shape. It's not going to be exact. That's totally fine. And kind of angle it out more that way, I guess. Like this. All right, so I mean, that's not perfect by any means, but it's way better than something that was completely 100% inaccurate originally. Which one is the worst one right now? One of these is not looking good. This one is the wrong angle. All right, so let's see if that looks okay. I think you get stuck in that, actually. So let's fix that. All right, so if I turn off the stone material, does it look like you'll get stuck in that? I mean, it wouldn't be pleasant to walk over, but you shouldn't fall through and get stuck falling forever, I think. And might be kind of ugly, but let's see if I can copy this over. I just like treat this as a starting point. It'll probably give me a head start on the next wall. So yeah, I mean, there was just a complete misalignment where this wall was curved by tail worlds, but they never fixed the physics on it. So it was just a straight wall, cube, physics shape, which was offset by like, you know, quite a ways from the actual mesh. It's very stupid. There's no. It's crazy this, map's been used competitively and that like, nobody's complained about that. It's actually not that crazy. This is a very uncommonly played part of the map. Like people are not often over here. Like you're not contesting any objective. This is mostly just decoration. So I think I'm pretty satisfied with this not being a death trap that you'd fall into. That seems potentially suspect. Let's make that a little bit narrower. Why is there two of these even? I'm not too sure about that, but it's probably fine. I'm moving these barriers forward. I don't want them to be behind the fence. I don't want you like stuck falling through the fence in a stupid way. All right. That is fine. It doesn't need to be in front of the fence, but as long as there's not, there can't be like more than like, 4 inches of gap between the barrier and the fence, or else you might be able to use it as like a jump off point. Now this looks like something that I need to be very careful. You can't really use. Yeah, move that bit forward and make it larger even. I think it's kind of lame that you could. I think. Let's barrier this off. There's no reason that you need to be able to walk on top of that. Let's turn off entity physics because it's just hard to resize stuff when it's enabled. trying to make sure that people don't think that they can get in here, and so they aren't surprised when it doesn't work. All right, I think that'll be good. I think, a horse could get stuck in there, but that's just how carts work in this game, so I'm going to leave that as is. As a possible horse catcher. This area, I don't know how I feel about it being enabled. I suppose it's not anywhere near an objective, so it's kind of funny that it actually is even there. I'm going to leave it as is. Are these... You can't get stuck in those. The only thing I'd say is people might think that they can try and get in there, but if they actually tried to, that's pretty silly. And I wouldn't be disappointed about them being surprised. This might need to be taller in case you ledge off the barrel. I think you'd have a hard time doing that, but just in case. This is fine. So other barriers, we needed them on the main area was this area. So let's copy one of those stone stuck things. So hit to T, shift click, and drag. And now we got to copy, hit P to place it. We got our anti-stuck material thing here. It is not visible because we have physics turned off. We're going to enable physics view. And now we can see our thing that's going to be our floor that you can't fall through and get stuck forever and ruin your game. Is there a sack material? We call it, I don't know, fabric or wood. We'll just make it wood. Oh, I didn't mean to do that actually. Let's delete this. Get another one of these guys. Hit T, shift click, copy it over. Hit P. All right, so we want to change the material to just the material, not the physics shape. I might be fine leaving it as wood. So, I don't know. Is there a wicker material? What are these made out of? Physics override material. What is this supposed to sound like? I'm not sure. You could kind of visually eyeball it for a color match. Probably fabric? No, not fabric. Would it be... Not too sure. Pot? It wouldn't be pot because that's like a piece of clay that's hardened. Well, we call it straw. This will be the straw floor. So let's reset the rotation, the scale, and move it over here, and get something in the corner. So now you can't fall through it. Might angle it up a little bit like this. As long as it doesn't poke through. That's a little bit of a poke through. That's fine. Can I add another one to smooth out the transition? Okay. Let's do another one for the baskets. T, shift click, make a copy. Call this basket. Save. I'm not sure what the material is for a basket. Is it... It's not Adobe. Would it be wood shield? No. Would it be... I got no clue. Lambert? What is Lambert? It's Lambert 1. I have no idea what that means. All right, so I'll put this over here, and now you can't fall through in the corner and get stuck. Quite as easily, at least. That's going to push out too much of the wall. Okay. Well, now that we have a bunch of anti getting stuck in object stuff things there, it would be better to put more detritus and stuff so it like you don't have this floating over the floor effect. So to do that, that'll be pretty simple. Let's go ahead and turn off the physics and then show the game entities normally, and then we'll add some more stuff there. Could be anything, preferably the same material. Go to basket. We just stack a couple baskets there. Probably wouldn't put these upside down in reality, but it works just to have something. So now if I turn on physics view, does it look better? Okay, maybe a little bit too far up. Okay, and then turn off physics. All right. And could put a piece of wood there so you feel like you can't fall through. Okay. Now if I, let's see, like that would probably be better. So I'm not creating a tight corner of space. Okay, now if we show physics again, does it look better? I think that looks like less of a big gap that you'd be floating on in a surface of nothing. To make it even more visually aligned, you do this, put a little thing there. Yeah, just like I was saying, I don't like when there's a big surface that you can walk on and there's like nothing to collide with. So just trying to make sure there's some alignment between what you're doing and colliding with and what's actually there. Okay, this spot should be good. And most of this is just invisible walls anyways. Now, is that okay? It's a little bit weird as a spot. That is actually too rotated. I think that this needs to be an editor cube instead. Let's get one of those floor things. T, shift click, translate, make a copy. Key to place it down. Let's move it over here, resize it. And then get it in position, turn on physics view so I can see what I'm doing. And then, excuse me, I'll size it back up. So I think if I turn off game entities, that actually works to my favor. I was worried that the this bundle of logs here is going to be too easy to hit the corners and act in weird ways. I think that's fine. If you're on foot, that wouldn't be a problem. Cab's going to go directly over, so that should be fine. This spot to my left here is fine too. I think that it looks scary in terms of trusting that it won't catch you, but there's enough stuff there that you're fine. Okay, So we fixed this spot, and we fixed that spot over there. Where's it? Right here. Sorry, was there anything else? I don't imagine I'm too worried about the cabbages. Yeah, that's fine. Did they actually do a custom physics thing here with the cabbages? Well, if they did, it's a part of a prefab. Okay. Then ignore that. Let's see. All right, so this I was worried about. You can probably jump in here and get stuck forever. So the way around that is I don't want to use an editor cube that has physics because it will block arrows. So in this case, a barrier is better because you can shoot through a barrier. I want missiles to be able to like hit the thing behind it. I don't want a missile to like, float in the air right here where my cursor is. But I don't want you to be able to jump in. So I'm going to add some more barriers here. Let's turn off physics, view, and show helpers. I don't know. Why was I so conservative for the size of this barrier? That was an odd choice. Let's make this very big. Okay. I think that is okay. And for the last one, put it right here. All right, so I don't think you can get stuck in that anymore. So we're just in the cleanup phase of this map. It was basically already finished, and I think I've fixed all these stupid module wall A's that were broken. I had to delete their physics shape, put a new cube underneath them, test all those. And then, were there any other broken spots? There were this ladder I was questioning. I think we want an invisible barrier underneath this ladder. I think a smaller character height might be able to get into it. We don't want that. So I'm going to do this. And then make a copy over here. Now, should you be able to jump over the ladder? Maybe just a little bit, but not much of it. So I won't put this too far forward, actually. Like, it's okay to jump over like the front part of the ladder, but the high part, no. And I want to have a barrier on the ladder too. And then make that not too wide. Let's move this back. And I'll add another barrel underneath the ladder so you don't think that it's actually something that you can traverse, because you might think you can fit underneath that normally. So I don't want to have a big disparity between where you can go and what it seems like you can reach is not desirable ever. So that was a pretty clearly not accessible thing to a normal person. Okay. I'm actually surprised that there's no invisible walls over here. I think we want to add a couple of them. Like, there's just no reason to want to be in here for legitimate play, I don't think. So I'm just going to make it very visually clear that you're not supposed to be in here. And maybe just some more barrels. And don't want any more barriers, maybe one right there. So now it doesn't seem like you're supposed to be able to walk there. And now you definitely can't get in there, except for this little corner, which I'll block off too. I'm actually surprised that there was no barrier there originally. I don't know why Tailworlds just ignored that. Okay, I think that should be pretty hard to get over. I think it's a lot clearer now if you look at it that like you're not supposed to try to walk in there and surprise somebody. It's like originally it looked like you were maybe supposed to be allowed to like sneak in there and you know, I don't know, do some archer stuff. I don't know. Wouldn't be the best spot, I don't think. Really. But you don't really need that corner. And if you did need that, I would just remove everything and then get rid of this shelf too. All right. So I think this now no longer stupid, and this corner is too tight. Actually, this should have um, something to prevent you from going there. Okay, now you can't get stuck in there by accident. I don't think that you get stuck in there, to be honest, without that, but I think that there's a chance of glitching through the wall, which I don't want. Okay, so that's fixed. It's also fine. Why did I even put that barrier and fence there? I think that was in the native map. I'm not sure. All right, so finishing stages, this is probably fine. I don't imagine that you get stuck in that. I could move it closer to the wall just a hair to make sure you don't get stuck in it. And then anything else you get stuck in? This you might be able to get stuck in right here, this little corner. But that's in native, so I'm going to leave it as is. This part is pretty much fixed. Is this dangerous? Move it a little bit closer so you can't fall through the corner. Same thing here. And then I remember thinking this cart is too far into the floor. Sometimes you have this weird thing where you can't rotate your screen normally after saving, so you'll see I'm changing that up a lot every time I save. Or rather, you'll see that I save multiple times in a row. And that's only because I'm getting stuck where I can't really rotate my screen after I save once. But I do tend to save very often. When that glitch is happening a lot, it's pretty annoying. All right, so this I think is fine. Could probably glitch the stairs here. Just small quality of life thing. Just make sure that you can't glitch through by accident. Okay, that looks fine. I don't think I really need to get that corner, but I might as well. I'm here. At least most of it. Okay. I think we're getting there. And this card is also kind of too far on the floor. Right here. Let's move that up by just a hair. If I could move around, my screen's currently broken because of the saving. Now we're fine. Move that up a hair. This is also sunken into the floor. Now it's better. All right. Do I want that to have barriers? I don't want people to jump on this. That'd be stupid if they did. We're getting rid of this thing. Can't jump on top of this. Let's put some more stuff there so you don't think that you can get into it. A heap of wood would be fine for that, I think. All right. What else would be appropriate there? Random heap of wooden beams might work okay. Okay. All right. So now it not only looks like you're not supposed to be in there, but you can't get in there. And that's I didn't check this for getting stuck actually. Now I think about it, but I don't think a barrier will be actually needed. But just in case it is, I will put one down. All right. Cap this off. I'm somewhat doubtful that you could really glitch in through there, but maybe if you're on a horse or I don't know. Probably a lot less likely now. All right. This spot was fine too. Move it just a hair closer to the wall so it's not possible to get stuck. It's supposed to just relatively difficult to get stuck. All right, and this spot, okay. But I think I had the physics for this is already replaced, correct? Let's double check. Yeah, it was. It's one of those broken poles that has no physics shape object for it because it's bugged in native. So that's one of the 30 different poles I've manually put a different object underneath it so that there's actually going to be a collision that's valid when you hit it, as opposed to getting stuck inside of it, which is what happens in native, which is really stupid. Okay. So those were the main problems. This wall was protruding. We fixed that. We had some weird stuff here to get stuck in. I think that's fixed now. All the wooden poles now have an actual physics object applied to them. And we fixed the stone curved wall as well. I think it was just functionality stuff I was worried about. Was there anywhere else people got stuck in? It was all the module wall plank A thing. The one other weird problem with this map has been in earlier testing, one of these walls like flew through the map. So like when you were playing it in one round, one of these maps would literally fly through the scene, and it wouldn't hit anybody, but it would literally fly through the whole scene. Very odd behavior. I've never been able to see that again or since. I've been hopeful that just by rotating each one of these, like it would not have broken physics. I think it did it earlier. But this one's not rotating. So is it locked for selection? Oh, there's two of them. Okay. I'm trying to rotate each one of these slightly. When I do have bugged objects, I find that rotating them might be helpful. Another thing that can break your scene is anything that has a Merlon, just scaled non-linearly, will break your scene. So if you scale it on the y-axis or the x-axis, you hit B and then you click one of these buttons instead of if you click B and drag, it resizes on all axes at once. You're fine. But if any one of these walls that has a Merlon attached to it, which has a script on it, if that's scaled in 2 axes or 1 axis instead of 3 axes, it just breaks your scene. According to what I have heard, I don't believe I've tested that, but I have definitely heard it. So I think we fixed that. I wanted to move all these before I saved it again, because I know that one of these wall pieces flew through the map, and I'm just hopeful that by replacing it, it resets whatever bugged thing it had. But yeah, the scene is a little bit cursed. And I think I've fixed the ledges. You can't really jump on them now. So that's good. Am I worried about people getting stuck in here? I think I might want to put in a floor right here. Let's do that. Search for stuck. Or is it wood? Anti-stuck. Anti-floor glitch. That's what I called it. Let's copy one of these that are wooden. Put it here. Now first, let's check what the actual physics are like. Yeah, I think that if you did jump in here, you would get stuck, and it'd be kind of a stupid thing to do, but just in case it's an accident, I don't feel like you should get stuck for the whole rest of the match that happens to you. So now there's an invisible thing you can walk on there. It prevents you from getting stuck in there permanently. Now, it would probably make sense to make sure there's something there that kind of represents what you're walking on. So I want to add something to do that. So let's turn off physics and find a piece of wood or something I can put in that spot that would make it make sense that there's a barrier. Kind of an odd place to stack wood, but it kind of works. All right, so that is good. Now, was there one other cart that I was worried about? I think it was the one that I already fixed. this one is sunk into the ground by quite a bit. I'm going to fix that. I'm having to save like 5 times before I'm able to move again, so sorry about that. I can't actually move right now. Here we go. This one is too far on the floor, I think. All right. And I think, was there any barriers? Why is this so far from the wall? Let's put this against the wall so you don't get stuck in it. All right. I don't think you can use it as a barrier hopping thing, but just in case they would try, do this. Maybe that should be more vertical. All right, so now you shouldn't be able to kind of hop on this and get over the roof. But you still really wouldn't be able to get very far, I don't think. A lot of barriers. All right. I think we're ready to do our final test. I was worried about this spot right here being glitched for the terrain. The grass, I want to do a very close look at the grass and see if there's anything that looks egregiously stupid. In terms of whether it's floating down or not. Oh, it crashed. All right, let me put this in standby while I reload the scene editor. It's crashing. So there's a reason that I save constantly, and the reason why is that the scene editor crashes all the time, as we're just seeing. So I'll be launching that back up, and it'll probably take about 2 minutes to get it back up. Let's see here. So after it is finalized, I'm going to load it on my server, and we'll test if it actually works. And by we, I mean just me, but nonetheless. So the editor tester is loading up. Go to editor mode, and go to File, Open, my last scene. There we go. All right, so we're back. We're going to take a look and see if there's any terrain that looks stupid. I mean, this is floating. I think that's pretty normal for Bannerlord to have stuff not wrap perfectly. I know that in some cases the grass can kind of more closely adhere to the terrain, but I think the only way that's going to be perfect is if you have no variation in the ground at all. So I don't want it to be perfect, but I want it to be not especially bad. So if it stands out, when I look at ground level, I'm going to delete that grass. And that's what we're doing right now, is we're running through and seeing the grass look stupid. Here's okay. And mostly in the areas that people will actually play in. And if there's an area off to the side that nobody's looking at that doesn't look great, I mean, not the worst thing in the world. This is also pretty sunken in the ground when I think about this one. And the reason why, I think the main reason that the terrain is kind of eating a lot of the objects is the way that I had to make this map. I had to grab the winter version and then convert it to the summer version by exporting all the materials and the height map as black and white maps. Like the height, it was you go to, what is that? I'll show you what I'm talking about. Where is this? So if I go to paint, so all these can be, where's the setting under? Paint, terrain. There's an option somewhere in here to save. Is it save later to the library? It's not that one. Oh, where is it? It's been so long since I've done this. Did I actually forget? Properties. Here it is. If you export material map and export height map, so you can actually take every single texture and export it to material map, and take the height map and import it or export it. So if you work on the summer version of the map of Town Outskirts, it takes about half a minute to load. It's basically broken. The Town Outskirts summer map is basically broken right now in native. You can't really make changes. So I worked on the winter version, which is why there's a Christmas tree. You'll see there's a Christmas tree in this map with gifts all over. I left that as a Easter egg from the winter version of the scene. So I took the winter map and I imported the height map of the summer map, and I imported all the materials. And when you import a height map, it doesn't like have a scale. You have to apply one manually. And so I had like trial and error for like half an hour to get a mostly correct height map, which does mean that like nothing was perfect. So if I try to optimize like to have the floor like not, I don't know, eat a cart, then somewhere else it was like too low. So there's like no perfect solution. I'm not sure why that was, but in any case, I got as close as I could, which was hopefully close enough. All right, so looking for any other dumb pieces of grass that are floating in the air off the terrain. I think we're pretty much good. Well, there was actually this spot I was worried to get stuck in. I'm going to move this chest back. And this one can be, like, I don't know, not in the corner. All right, there you go. Really angle it to match the floor a little bit. Okay. These people for reference are to make sure that the roof is high enough for horses. It's a slightly awkward exit for Cav, but that's not the worst thing in the world. All right, so let's trade off to not have them shoot directly into your spawn. Okay, I think we are ready to test. One of the other changes I was making was deleting the grass that was right on this spot right here, which is now gone because it was broken or it looked hideous. So I think I'm pretty happy. Is there a piece of missing wood right here? I feel like there is something missing there. I'm gonna add a piece of wood. Let's get a wooden plank beam thing. One of the ones from over here, probably. Let's hit T. Let's hit P to place that, and then Z to rotate it, and then T to translate it. Make it kind of larger. Maybe not too large, but it's kind of an absurdly large piece of wood there. But I might just leave it. All right, put that down. And does that look kind of weird still? All right, so I think we're ready to do our final walkthrough on this map. What is this thing right here? This is fine. You can actually shoot through this, but I mean, good luck trying to. But with no visibility on it, it's technically possible to shoot through, but you can't get up to it, and you can't really see through it, so it's not a huge concern. Okay, I think that let's save this and test it. The editor tester does take a while to load, but it's still way faster than having to modify your custom battle settings every time to test it. which is what we had to do before Gotha had a scene editor tester mod that fixes the native version. All right, so we're going to run around and see if these wooden poles sound like wood. I have deleted the physics shape on all of them. So if they sound like wood, it's only because I've modified it to do that. And same thing on these guys. Make sure they have a collision to them. And this one, and this one. Make sure I can't get stuck in it. And there. And there. It's pretty boring running on like that, but it's how I have to test these bugged assets. The physics did not work in them natively. So these ones I definitely fixed before, or since I last tested. I'll make sure that they are definitely not broken. And, you know, it's not a perfect match, but it's close enough that you can't tell the difference. Just making sure that it's not, like, pushing you off the wall in a weird way. And I made the corner more of an actual corner on this one, so hopefully it seems normal. So I stab past it. Do I, like, hit an invisible thing? So you can get pretty close to stabbing around it. That weird effect where you're stabbing stone when you hit the wood is because of how Tailworld's made that object originally. That only sounds like wood because I applied a physics shape thing to that spot, and same thing on this one. Maybe they didn't actually do that there. I did, kind of. But it depends where you hit it from. Alright, that one sounds like wood too, so I fixed those. Alright. Now for the spots that I was able to get stuck in, let's test those as well. The sacks and baskets. You can no longer fall through. That's exciting. And this is a lot more playable. You can't get stuck nearly as easily. So that's a major improvement, I think. Let's check the stupid stone wall that they had broken in the native map, which is never fixed. Let's see if that's a problem still. I'd be surprised if like even 2% of the people who play this map have like been over in a fight here. I think I've been on this map like hundreds of times and have never been over here in an actual fight. So this, you know, this is close enough. This part right here is kind of not really physics-y, but it's 100 times better than the native map. And can you get stuck? I think that like it's slightly risky to be here, but if you turn, you don't get stuck. I'm gonna say that's like good enough, and this is a spot that never gets played anyways. I'm not gonna fret over it too much. Oh, could I? Anything else that I made a huge change on? The grass was definitely spawning here where I didn't want it to in a broken way, so that's fixed. If I stab this, does it sound like wood? Wood, and there, and there, and there. All right, and then the underneath the ladder should be not able to get into there. Oh, what the fuck? What? Whoa. Interesting. Okay. That's a new perspective on this map. Let's close out of the editor and double check what the hell happened there. Did I touch... I don't think that I touched that wall at all. So I'm very confused right now. Usually when this happens, it's because you did the thing like you scaled something on an axis, like -1, to flip it. But these were native walls. I didn't make those walls there. It seems like every time that I load this map in, like something randomly breaks. Let's see. Now I'm a little bit more nervous to check everything. Let's do a more complete run through of everything. Anything that I was even close to. Can't really see inside from the outside. Seems like it's not tremendously broken. Okay. I think I wanted to put another something there so it's the collision of the floor is more aligned with what you're walking on. Well, it seems like that just that one spot's broken right now, those walls. I think it might go away if I... Well, I have an idea. Try to fix that. Okay, those walls sound normal. Um, okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and Control Tab, get back into the editor. I'd be surprised if the walls do show as broken. What the heck? Huh. So what happened with these? Um, very odd. Are they even vaguely where they're supposed to be? Um, hmm. I'm gonna read the map. Stand by while I do that. And all right. In bad news, it does seem my save copy has these walls is broken. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be too hard to put these back down where they're supposed to be, but it's just very odd that they're out of place at all. Um, well, that's one fix right there. That seems to be pretty good. This one, where did it go? Here? That seems right. We're missing a piece, aren't we? This one. Got rotated by like 90 degrees, it seems like. Okay. No. That is not correct. Um, this also got rotated? That's crazy. So 3 different objects got... No, it's like a bunch of things got rotated. What is up with that? I've got... I don't know. It's awful. Um, well, I don't know. We'll save it. Really not too sure what to make of that, to be honest with you. And now I'm like questioning more things. Was this where it's supposed to be? All right, well, it's going to be a different end result now, but doesn't mean it's worse. Kind of mask the transition with a piece of wood here. And bring it forward, and then add another one right here. This is very odd that totally broke. I've not really usually seen that before. The only time that I expect to see that behavior is when I flip something on an axis. Then things break. Oh, and all the barriers are broken too? Huh. Weird. Very weird. I no longer trust this editor tester at all. I have no idea if that's related or not, but my willingness to use it has gone down significantly. It does seem like this is not where it's supposed to be. It's like too far forward, I think. Was it that like that? I actually don't remember. I think I'll do. I'll just add a new wall. So I can't decide. All right. All right, on a scale from 1 to stupid, this looks okay. How did so many of the things I placed down just randomly rotate themselves? Yeah, I'm going to blame the tester on that. But, I mean, I wasn't looking at them before I loaded the tester, so I don't know that. Yeah, I feel like I have to go through this whole scene to fine tooth comb now. Let's just double check everything. This looks mostly correct still. Did these rotate out of position? I don't think so. What about the cart that I fixed? This cart still seems to be fixed. And what about the stuff on the floor over here? Still the correct orientation. And this is also correct still. And okay, well, it was odd that stuff randomly just stopped working. Not quite finished fixing it, so let's do that. Okay. The roof seems fine, except for this is kind of needs to be moved back a little bit now that I've moved the position of the roof. Okay. That no longer seems quite so stupid. And what about this thing? Let's cover up this part as well. All right. So, is this broken? I feel like this was rotated like this, wasn't it? fairly sure. I think the grass is inside the floor here. I'm going to get rid of that. All right. Let's make sure that the barrels are okay. Did not notice this mug before. Okay. Let's see. I think that is pretty safe. I don't really mind if somebody jumps on a barrel right here. That's fine. Just make sure that they can't get stuck. Put barrier down. All right, so I think your odds of being stuck inside the barrels now is lower, which is good. All right. Let's see. All right, so now let's test it and see if half the map breaks for no reason. I'm going to definitely not hit save before I hit start mission. I don't know if that's what I did last time that it broke in. I must have done that. I don't know. All right, so it'll take 5 seconds to load. We'll hit OK. Load anyways. Ignore the errors. Now let's see if the scene has randomly broken into 5 parts. No, we're still good here. That seems fine. This seems fine. This is fine. All right. And underneath the ladder, can we jump through there in a stupid way? No, we can't, which is the intention that you can't. All right. So we did have to manually override the physics on those poles and make sure that they actually have physics. This one actually doesn't. This is maybe the last one that I need to fix. It's... I just missed my step. It's fine. Does this one have physics to it? It does. All right. Let's see. Does this guy have an object? He does. Okay. Actually, I don't think that the jabs will stick in the wood unless I override the material to be the wooden shield material. So, fun fact on that. Can I run over this stone wall and not get stuck? Yeah, it seems to be okay. Okay, let's run through everything that's kind of custom and see if it's broken. Anything that I've touched recently would be this cart, these wooden poles. All right. Is the grass fixed over here? Yeah, there was some floating grass I deleted a long time ago. That was over there. That's gone. And this stuff should be good over here. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing that anything randomly broke when I went into the tester. So that is an improvement. And I think I fixed everything that I wanted to fix. It was mostly the broken poles I was worried about. And I'm going to, let's see, the control tab. I'm going to give this one a final save as version 1.01. Town Outskirts Remastered 1.1. I think the 1.00 with 2 digits there was a little bit pretentious. We'll save that. I'm going to copy that to my build folder, and then we're going to build a copy, and then I'm going to test it. All right, let's see if I can log into Docker. Okay, we'll run Docker. We'll do the build. All right, so I am in a PowerShell window on a different screen. And I'm logging into my container registry, and I'm going to run Docker build after I need to copy the file over before I do that. Let's make sure I have the updated file. So go to scene object in the native folder. Okay. And I'll have to edit the server configuration to actually be able to run that file. Stand by while I get that running. Okay, we'll do the town outskirts, or was this, what was it? Server outskirts file. Let's make sure the map gets loaded in. I will save that and build a server file. Let's make sure I have the correct Is the map in the directory yet? I don't think that I actually copied it over yet. I'll leave the editor on screen while I copy that over. I'm actually using a Docker build process for the server, which I think the Docker repo that I'm using is called TSSL_BL_SRV. So that's somebody else's GitHub repository that I borrowed from. I did have to make some changes to it to get it to work. If you check the Mountain Blade modding Discord, I describe those in somewhat excruciating detail. So if you want to copy my process for running a server, you can. But I basically need to copy the map file into my directory, build the Docker image, and then load it on the server. That's the plan here. Let's do one last save. And then copy it over. Did I delete it when I saved it? No, it's there. I'm basically looking at this build process while I'm waiting here. This is a screenshot, not the actual build process. So once that's done, I can load the new image on the server and then log into actual Bannerlord and test that. Why did I save this again? I'm already finished editing it. I'm going to launch actual Bannerlord now. And if somebody's actually paying attention, I will disclose this password on stream. The password is going to be Southern Defeat, as in the Southern Empire in Colorado campaign. So that'll be the password when the server's up. I'm not really looking to have somebody else there to test, but if you want to hop on, feel free to do so. It'll be on native here in a second. We're going to be loading up Bannerlord here. And the server build process is 1 minute in, probably has about a minute left. We factor in the upload. It's like a 5 gig image, I think. Right, let's see if this this loads. So as soon as the build is completed, I'll see the server up, hopefully. Oh. Where is my server configuration? Here it is. The image is still building. So we got 91 people on PB on a Sunday night at prime time. That is kind of dying, which is not the worst thing in the world. And that's like the only very active server. I guess Captain's always has a few players on. CRPG has 5 people, and that's like basically it. Okay. Is there anyone online right now? There's one person. I'm going to dual person for one round while I wait for my map to load. It's currently uploading a 4.5 gigs file. I actually have a very, very good speed. If you're like, if you don't have a certain type of plan or whatever, this guy's going to be, I don't know, have a rough time with this ping. He's probably just AFKing. He's actually not looking for a duel. I think he's just... A lot of people will spectate in a server for loot, which is how you get cosmetics. So you go to the armory. That's where your loot is spent. I've almost got enough loot to buy something. Although I already have all the loot from Mamluk, so that's kind of what I cared about. Same thing for Jawal. Maybe I get something for Guard or Skirmisher. It's pretty fancy. I've actually almost never seen people get the plain chainmail. I might have never seen this in game. This looks a little bit too much, to be honest. It's too shiny. One thing I kind of wanted is the Botanian helmet for the cav. I mean, this one's okay. I kind of honestly prefer this one. This is just a bit too much. I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's, I don't know. I feel like it makes you a lot more visible as a target. Alright, so the map did finish uploading. Now I need to download it on the server and then run it. So it's downloading. The download's a lot faster than the upload. We should see it here in a second. Let's double check. Did I actually save the config? I did. Alright, it's extracting. It's at 1.5 out of 4.5 gigabytes. It's almost there. And then I can hit start on the server. Alright, so the server is about to start. Let's double check the logs and see if it's crashing for some reason. So far, it hasn't crashed. Oh, and it's actually up. Should I try the... I'll try the admin password. Let's see admin password. Okay, so the server is up. Alright, so it does seem to work. I'm going to run through and make sure not crash as I go through the scene. I'm realizing that, is the stream having encoding issues? It does seem to be choking on, for whatever reason. I'm not sure why that would be. Usually the reason why is if I have background recording, and that is the issue. That's why I was being so slow. Is the background recording was turned on, now it's going to have a much better frame per second. Alright, so I did actually not fix that spot right there, which I don't know if I care to. It's a very minor static issue. If I convince myself that the file size is too large, I will probably go back and fix that. If I can find any information about optimizing. So currently the scene x scene folder is 2,624 kilobytes. That is bytes with a capital B. And the shader cache folder terrain is 37 kilobytes for the terrain shaders header data bin. And the scene objects folder in my multiplayer directory. So it's multiplayer, then scene objects, then Thief Town Outskirts Remastered 1.1. So I think that it's not broken. So that's cool. I don't see any huge concerns. I'm just going to run through here and check if there are any things that flipped direction. Probably easiest to do that in Spectator, to be honest. Well, the benefit of riding around on a horse is you can see if there's any invisible objects. Ooh, that's gross. There's sacks to the wall. I probably care enough to fix that. It's a very minor thing, but that sucks. I actually care enough to fix that, so I have to load back up the editor and then test it again. But what else? Well, there's not a huge point in me continuing to look at the entire scene if I have to fix that. But I'll do it anyways. Alright, well, it seems like the scene did not spontaneously combust like it did that one time. That looks kind of weird. I kind of would prefer to have a wooden end cap, and I think looking at this, I want to have a wooden piece right there. And I'm not sure what these things are doing. And this floating looks stupid, so I could probably fix that. So a few tweaks to make. This grass is finally no longer spawning. There was some broken grass that would never stop spawning there. Okay, well I think that is just a couple things to fix. The sacks are in the wall here. That was the main issue. And these end caps should be a big wooden beam. I don't like these things. This seems wrong visually, but I think that's just the native map. And I think that was mostly it. Alright. Well, I'm going to put this on a 2-minute pause. I'll be right back, and I'm going to go reload the editor once I'm back, and we'll fix those 3 issues. All right, so I'm back. I'm going to read some other messages I just received about Coward Campaign. And what else? Okay. I'm going to resume this and ooh, got a warning about my stream. Okay, so let's do a final once over for dumb problems. Okay, this looks fine. I'm going to fix that spot too. So there's actually 4 problems. It's everything. This end piece over here. Kind of want to fix these. I think it would look better with the solid piece of wood instead of having this like this is called wattle and daub. This like white line. Like I think that they put like it was dirt or maybe clay or a mixture of both. But you had like a wicker material and you had dirt splashed over that, and then you had wooden structure around that, and you had like a limestone whitewash. And like that's what this is supposed to represent. So when you have like that end piece, that's like a really weird place to put that. I don't think that... I might leave it here. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It kind of looks homey, I suppose. I might just leave it. Getting repeated warnings about my audio bit rate. I just realized my background music has been stopped for the past hour. I'm going to put that back on repeat. Alright, so... let's see... Now if I do just like bird's eye view, anything that teleported around in a bad way. Okay. I think this looks mostly intact. So we're going to exit the server. I'm going to put this in standby as I load up the modding toolkit. Go back and finish those dumb problems I have. Actually, I might leave my game running and just idle on a server, but that would kind of inflate my hours played. I do like getting loot, though. Anyways, going back to single player, modding toolkit, launch that. We are launching. Okay, go to the editor. Open scene. Here we are. So we had this little thing where the physics is not aligned with the objects. So if we just add a sack there, it'll look a lot better. So now it'll appear as if you're walking on, you know, flat surface and not a bunch of floating weird garbage. Okay. Very cool. That is fixed. I don't think that you get stuck in this part. Do a little flat piece just in case. Alright. I feel like people will want to jump through this, so I'm going to add some sacks there so you can. I think it was very much contrary to my expectations as a player that you couldn't hop over this. So I made that possible just now. And that's, I think, makes this... Oh, it just crashed. That's fun. Let's see how lucky I was earlier to have like a whole 2 hours of editing without it crashing. So I think I managed to get most of those adjustments in before it crashed. There's a reason that I saved so compulsively. Okay, editor. Yes, some of the changes are there, just not all of them. The very last sack of grain or whatever supposed to be there is not there. So we'll add it back. Okay, let's hit save. Is anything else randomly broken over here? This is like my problem area for some reason. Yeah, it's not broken right now. Okay, so that's fine. And this is no longer a weird floaty surface, mostly. And let's do that, and this, like that. Now it's even less of a weird floaty surface, maybe. Okay, I mean, not perfect, but better. And then there was this area where I wanted to make lots of changes. This just, why is this like that? I think that something got slightly rotated there. Like, what is that? Why is that like that? I'm not a huge fan of all the overlapping pieces there. How do we fix that? Maybe just bring this piece out? And that looks like 100 times better, to be honest. That does make this transition now look even weirder. So I'll grab a piece of wood from over here and fix that. Okay, problem solved. Add another one over here. Oh, I think it would look better with a piece right here as well. All right, I'll try to get as close to the wall as I can. I think that does look better. I don't want it to be mismatched, so if I'm going to do it on the left side, I'm going to do it on the right side as well. In terms of blocking off that waddle and dub texture, like that. I think that looks a little bit more normal. Maybe even do it through the whole, you know, maybe not there. A little bit of stone peeking through is fine. Maybe even better. Do it both sides. Okay, I think that's better. And I don't like how these walls look stupid without any piece of wood protruding. So if I do this, they need like a little piece of wood to support. Otherwise, like, why are they sticking off the wall? I don't want people to actually be up there, so I will put a barrier. I see no way that you'd realistically get up there, but I do not want people to try and succeed. So, problem solved. Okay, does that look weird? That's fine. Were there any other spots that these walls were looking stupid with the kind of angle up thing? I'm sure there probably was. Like these, module, like the Vlandian module thing. Where's Vlandia? You know, speaking of Vlandia, I am very torn between pronouncing it like with the kind of an O sound, like Valandia, Va. You can kind of get away with just saying Vlandia, like with no like Valandia, Va. I feel like it's more natural to say Valandia, throw an extra syllable there, but you don't have to. So I don't know. It's a weird word for us. But anyways, this I think this always looks bad because it protrudes so far off the side that you always have to have something like sticking off the end, like this. It has to be off to the wall to the right side, or else it looks stupid. So that is something I think that was just built in as a problem to this map. It's funny, like this doesn't look correct, but that's how they made the prefab. You'll see that is over here as well. Anyways, I'm gonna leave that as is. I'm gonna look for any other dumb wall components that I hate that were here. Now let's save and hope that doesn't crash. Okay. And I think this area still looks fine. The roof transition here piece is kind of a bit much. This needs... Actually, this is a hole. I'm going to put something here. Does that stick through the roof? It does not. Alright, well, it's better than a giant hole in the roof. I don't think people would notice it, but why not fix it? Okay, and... that could be more different. I don't know. Let's make that something else. Okay. This part of the roof looks bad too, but you won't be able to see it. Oh, actually, I lied, you can. We'll fix that too then. Trying to have not or no giant ugly holes in the structure that make no sense and serve no purpose. Okay. That looks less dumb now. Oh, you know... Oh, no. I definitely had fixed this. And... this seems... I might just have to load in an earlier version of this map and check. Oh, you know what? It's going to crash if I don't. I'm going to have to leave the edit mode. I'm going to leave edit mode, go back into edit mode, and then I'll load in a different version of the map and see if that looks different. Because it could be I'm remembering that that was supposed to look better. And I don't want to assume that I lost a bunch of work when I didn't. Alright, so let's go open scene, open another scene. No, don't save the scene. Okay, we'll go to my old build folder and I'll load the map that I had there. This one's last modified August 12th, so I think this is one of the earlier versions. Okay, so, oh, it is broken. Well, that's fine. All I wanted to see is if the this part looks better, which you know what? Honestly, it kind of does look better in this version, but not as much as I had thought. This gives me a better idea of where I was at before I freak out about fixing it. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to the other version of the map. Let's go ahead and leave edit mode. And then re-enter edit mode. The reason that this version of the map didn't have the terrain is when I moved the copy to the server build folder. It doesn't include the scene edit data because it doesn't really need to normally. Is there a hole outright? It's a complete hole in the roof. Did not realize that. I'm just trying to make sure that this roof doesn't have light coming through it. I think that these guys should have been butting the wall more. In fact, it looks like these all got moved out of place when I had those other glitches, maybe. Okay, well. It definitely feels like whack-a-mole, this map, because I'm finding that like the scene is just randomly breaking itself sometimes. This transition, I could try to angle it in more. Oh my god. What's going on with that? Does it have negative scale? Oh, it has negative scale. That's why it's freaking out. That is normal behavior, kind of. As normal as the standard ever gets, is it does hate negative scale ever. So I'm not sure when that happened, and I could have sworn that I never did that. But, you know. Normally it doesn't negative scale itself. So presumably it was me. Unless that was a problem in the Chair Worlds map I just never noticed. Now, why does the terrain look so different? Is there a, or not terrain, but the texture? Is it, like, modified? Well, now none of them have negative scale. But why is the color so different? It can't be the lighting. Can it? Doesn't seem like it. I guess it is the lighting, and also the angle is different. I guess the angle is different enough that lighting becomes different. All right. Well, that is pretty cringe. Okay. The goal is that this roof looks good enough that it doesn't detract from the map. That's the objective. I gotta admit, the structure of this wood is very odd. It's not impossible that you would inset wood into stone columns like this, so sure, why not? Let's get some wooden beams on this transition. I think that'll look a lot better than the current way that they meet together. Okay, that does look 100 times better. Okay. And then a piece of wood here to mask the transition. Okay, I think that is serviceable. This now looks weird though, because the roof's higher. Okay, well, that looks less dumb, I think. Why do I have so many pieces of stone here? That now almost makes sense visually. I don't like how these end pieces protrude here. I'm just gonna hide them. Okay, I could have shortened all of them, but then I would have to worry about the other side and the rotation and all that shit. I don't care that much. I actually like that angular piece of wood there. Okay. I think these screens could probably be further off this side. And make it easier to get into. Yeah. I don't know why there'd be this bizarre screened-in room with no door. You know what? Why don't I give it a door? That's a crazy thought. I have not made any of these rooms logical, have I? Be an oddly narrow door if I make this fit. How do I make that work without annoying myself? Okay. Well. The room is slightly less nonsensical, just mostly nonsensical. I'll put barriers there just to discourage any funniness. I don't know if I trust that door otherwise. Okay, well, I think that is fine. I did want to maybe fix how stupid this is, because this got rotated. That's what happened. Now it matches what it used to. I mean, that looks not amazing, but it's not awful either. What is this thing? I do need that there, don't I? I need something to attach to. Along the local orientation, the shortcut for that is Alt L. I don't like that invisible, like, floating thing, so I'm gonna try to hide that. Which creates some very odd geometry there. Maybe I'll do it up. It's not entirely an option, is it? Okay. Could do that. It's kind of interesting. I don't see how it makes sense. We'll do that. And if I really cared, I'd probably put some more like diagonal beams over here. What is this going to? I think it's a mistake. And does this need a top piece of wood? Kind of does. All right. Cool. This part of the screen looks kind of silly, but it's acceptable, I suppose. Maybe if I made it more like a 1-slot screen instead of a 2-slot screen, that would be less stupid. That looks not great, but probably less dumb. Yeah, I think that does look less dumb. All right, now it has a door. Now, why did they have a weirdly protruding wall? Who knows? Do any of my other rooms have no doors in them? That does seem to be a common theme, doesn't it? Okay. I would like them to make a little bit of sense. They should have at least one door. That's my rule. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense as a room at all. So let's delete this guy. Put a door. Okay. Where did this beam go? What did I copy? It's too much rotation. Okay. That'll work. There's a door. And any other rooms that look really stupid and had no doors? Because that doesn't make sense. 0 people ever commented on this, but it does bother me now that I think about it. It's like, why not have a door? Like at least 1, 2 different parts. Like this, if it had a door, you know, that would, even here would be fine, because it would imply that it's to the other part of the building that has a door, which is attached. So that would work. Let's do that. And I don't really want to make a new one, but I'm going to find something that would work. I do find that it's annoying how all the doors come without like a fitting sized slot for them, essentially, is how I'd phrase it. Anyways, this one for farmstead type building would probably be fine. Now, the problem is that it doesn't really match. Yeah, this will be okay. Now I need something dark behind it so it doesn't look like there's stone behind it. Well, there's definitely a stone behind it. So now it looks like a more solid piece of wood. I just scaled down the same thing behind it, which actually gives it more depth, which is kind of cool. So that has a door now. Neat. So we'll just say that you went all the way through there for some reason. All right, and this actually has 2 doors, so we're fine. I mean, at least has 1 door, very clear doorway thing. And this guy has a door, kind of. It has 2 now. It has 2 doors now. This spawn definitely has 2 doorways, so we're good. Doesn't look stupid. And who's that? Okay. Anything else I was worried about? Fix this stupid thing over here. Did I have any weird module thingies over here? No, we're fine. Okay. So we had the sacks that were floating. Fixed the floating floor thing over here. And we fixed the module thingies over here. We added the doorways. Now also we had the sacks that were in the walls over here. Alright, anything else that seems weird with this floor? Now that we have nothing here, does it seem too low on the ground? Maybe. Probably shouldn't have grass there. In fact, it might be fun to put a little bit of cobblestone right in front of the doorway. That makes sense. I don't know. It's a little bit of something different to show you that there's something different there. Sure. No, I don't like that actually. Do we have any like non-grass? Just very subtle cobblestone, maybe. I don't know. Maybe if I cleared away a path in front of the door, that would look better. Why is that not going away? What? Oh, is it a Flora painter thing? No. Maybe it is. Go to the floor painter. I just Flora painted grass. That's why it wasn't disappearing. So now it looks like more of a path in front of the door. There's a trail right there. Maybe just a little bit of... Nothing else makes sense, so let's do it. We'll go with that. Can I get the weight down on my brush? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Elevate the terrain a little bit next to it. Okay. We'll go with that. How tall is this room? It's a little bit close for Cav, to be honest, but not the end of the world. Where is the other ones? Are they in the ground now? They kind of were. Maybe I should lower it just a hair for the Cav that might spawn there. All right. I think that'll fit people better. I think it's about 1.5 people tall when you're on a horse, at least. Your camera's going to be above that, so it's important to have some space. It's not going to be a great spot for Calvin. We'll move it forward, honestly. It'll be a little bit crowded there, but I think you can figure it out. Okay. And fix that already. What's this area? It's got a door now. It's lovely. Oh, but might be nice. What might be nice is a piece of wood there. All right, and let's save on that. Should I give them 2 exits? I could do that. I think it's a good idea. It's not really necessary. You kind of already have 2, and it's not easy to, you know, you can't sit on the side of the spawn point. You don't have a blind corner. And they can kind of see you. These, if they wait a second when they're right there, you can see you. One thing actually I didn't love was the lack of visual indicator for where the barrier starts. Maybe I should put a piece of painted wood on that. It's honestly not the worst idea I've ever had. It's just a very subtle visual indicator. I think not everybody's going to pick it up right away, but those that do will be able to use that information. I can't see why this would be a bad idea. Suppose it would encourage archers to be annoying, but I feel like if they're going to do that, it's going to be a problem. It shouldn't only be a problem if they know the map, if that makes sense. I myself found it surprising in certain cases the distance that you could go or not go and get cut off. I don't like it right in that spot, to be honest. Could probably hide it with another piece of wood. It's supposed to be subtle, so if you see it from the outside and it's a big red thing in your face, it just looks stupid. Is that a solid object? It is. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. I have an obvious inclusion. It's a very long hot dog. Okay. And actually, the barrier kind of is. Oh, did I leave a big gap in that? Wow. Dumb. Why was this there at all? All right. It seems pretty obvious for what it is. In some areas it's more subtle than others, but that's fine, I think. Where did I not put it yet? Okay, one last one over here. Let's turn off the color filter on this one. Okay. So this one has 2 exits. I mean, this one has 3 exits, really. But it's got one on both sides, or both ends. This one has 1 exit on both ends. So I feel like they're balanced in that sense. Although this one, you have to go further behind than this one, I think. Yeah, I think it's mostly true. But that spawn was already kind of closer. So that's not an entirely different change. Why did I not have a barrier on the sides of this thing? Odd. Odd choice. Alright. Cart should be less possible to get on top of now. Alright, which spawns did I not put the warning on? Tavern one has one on one side or both sides? Both sides. Covered. This one has the warning signal. This one has the warning signal. I think this one doesn't. Correct. Oh, it does. This side. Yeah, we have a warning. It's kind of close if you think about it. Alright, and this one is the last one. I'm missing one of the exits. I think that slightly discourages shooting on your spawn. I don't think that you'd really be able to anyways, but whatever. All right. Anything that's sticking out or it shouldn't be sticking out? This room does have multiple doorways, so I'm not going to complain too much about the lack of doors on it. I think that's a clear doorway. This is a clear doorway. Maybe there could be another one, to be honest, but I think there's plenty. It's got 2 main entrances and these interior doorways. All right. Ooh, that's a issue. I didn't realize that. What can we do about that? Not sure. Do a triangular module, or what do we do over here? What did I do for this one? Big wooden beam. Do that over here as well. I think that looks decent. Yeah, maybe a wooden beam like right there would be better. Like that. It's kind of holding stuff up. Doesn't make a ton of sense, but it's better than it was before, so I like that more. In hindsight, actually, it's rotated too much. It needs to be rotated less. I think. Like that. Well, it kind of be a very weird staircase, to be honest. Maybe that's why I didn't do it earlier. Okay, well, that's kind of better than having a random hole in your wall. Still a little weird, but it's not completely obstructing your staircase. You could fit a person there. Ah, you'd barely notice it. Okay, it'd be really close to your head if you were on the stairs. But it, you know, just walked closer to the middle of the staircase. Problem solved. Alright, That is now a logical thing on the wall, kind of. And maybe it looks better like that. Hard to say. Maybe these things teleport every time I rotate them. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird shape for the wood to be in, but it's very hard to notice from the outside. Yeah, not very noticeable. Okay, should these walls go to the roof? Another question I have for myself. Do these ones? What kind of deal? Would it look better? Would it look better? I don't know. I'll just make copies of these. I think it looks okay. Look at it right now. A little bit odd to have this room. But, you get more light, I guess. Well, it's whatever. It's fine. Probably would make more sense if... I don't know. I mean, obviously this weird screening protrusion thing wouldn't be a logical thing to make anywhere, really. So we'll just leave it as it is. Alright. Is there anything else so stupid? It needs fixing. This roof looks okay. That's fine. This is okay. This is all right. All right, well, that's a lot of changes we actually made today. Is there anything I'm missing? Could have sworn there was one thing. Well, if I can't remember it, it's probably not that important. I do remember it was mostly this area I was looking at before I went and tested it, or while I was testing it. And then the dumb thing, the sacks over here. Let's look at the interior of each spawn area, because people might sit their spawn for a little while. Anything look obviously stupid? Okay. That all looks fine. These all have the red thingies on them. The warning labels are all there. And there. On both of these. The spawn looks fine. Maybe move that back so you can't start it. Ooh, actually I didn't realize that you would kind of spawn inside of that wooden thing. Can I make this narrower? I think that they would appreciate that. What about one of these other ones? Go search for skirmish respawn. Should this one be narrower? I think this one's probably fine. This one should probably be narrower. think it's probably better. I had that save glitch thing. I can't move my camera around. All right. And this one. That's probably a slight improvement. Okay. I think we save that and we test. Did I miss something here? No, I think it was always like that. All right. Oh, this barrier being kind of incomplete. No, actually, is it incomplete? That barrier does look like it's not touching the wall, but it is touching the wall. So that's fine. Okay. Any finishing touches that's missing somewhere? I'm sure I could add something, but at some point it has to be done. So I think we're at that point. Oh, this actually has a door. That's clever. Use the module things door. Front end. Okay. Let's save that and test it. While I do that, what should I do while I'm doing that? I think I could try to make a night version of the map while I wait for the server to download its copy. It's gonna be pretty annoying, but I can give it a shot. I think the did I add any torches on the night map that are not at all present on the day map? I don't think that I did. I actually distinctly remember making an effort not to do that. The torches are way brighter on the day map than they are on the night map, so I had to use Notepad++ and do a find and replace the light intensity on the xscene file. So I opened the xscene file for the map after I saved a new copy. Did a Control F for all the numbers that lighting was set to, and I kind of divided that by a value of about 4 or 5, so it wouldn't be overly bright. And that was the main thing I did for the night map. I might have added a light inside here that was not there before for the night map. Maybe just brightened it. All right. So why is there only one thing on the awning? It's actually the native thing, is that it only has one stick on the awning. I didn't know that. Okay. Little one. It's your what do you call that? What is the word for the thing that props up the hood of your car? It's like that, whatever. It's probably, I should be embarrassed that I don't know what that is, but I don't care that much. Now that looks weird. One more sound effects, just notice that. Perfect. Oh, well, that is not perfect. I'm gonna save before it crashes again. Okay. What are these poles made out of? They're called cloth stick. All right. All right, well, that's now more sensible. I wonder if this thing got rotated too. Oh, I don't think it's glitched. All right. Is there anywhere that we have a window that a light would look really good behind? Right here, actually, for the night map would be good to have a torch there. It would look really nice to light up that window. Right here. Okay. Any other windows I made that want to have lights behind for the night map? Oh, the tavern. Did I already do one up there? I did. I think it's kind of lit enough for the night version right now already. Maybe do one more right there. It would actually have to be on this wall to really show up, I think. Somebody's gonna say it's like satanic or something, I think. But, I don't know. People are weird about triangles. Could make it less triangular. I don't know why these would be up here. Nobody would be able to reach these, but whatever. Is there a ladder in the scene somewhere? We'll have to add one. Oh, there is. There's a ladder right there. That'll work. We'll just claim that this ladder was used all over the place. Now, as to how you'd actually get up the ladder, I don't know. It's a very steep ladder. Okay, well, the fact that it kind of collides with the thing, you can't really tell the difference anyways. I think it's fine. All right. And kind of would rather it be like right here. Sure. I think I just accidentally vine boomed my microphone by slamming it with my hand by accident. I said it accident twice in that sentence. All right, so I think we are mostly set. It's probably too many torches. This is a silly amount, but whatever. It's a slightly excessive amount of lighting in that room. And what about this one? It's actually too dim. It has that thing up there. Fine. All right. So I think that wraps up the map. If I'm going to be adding more lights to the night map, I might as well add them to the day map because it'll copy over when I make another copy. But I think we save this one and test it and go from there. Last thing I'll do, get one more save. I'm going to check for any broken physics objects in the middle of nowhere that they shouldn't be. looked at the entire play area just to make sure that nothing broke completely and rotated into a stupid position, because that can entirely happen, as I've seen multiple times so far in the stream already. So it looks like we don't have any totally awful random things where they shouldn't be. All right. Okay. How about in this room? This seems fine. Okay. Is there a missing part of the roof? No. And this seems okay. These barriers look very silly in the physics view. Okay, last pass through on this map, this area. This area looks fine. What is that thing? Oh, it's a sack. I didn't realize that there was a sack on this map. There. Those... Why do those things have so much physics to them? Huh. Because they're very lazy with the broom physics. It's like... generic triangle prism thing on a broom. Anyways, I mean, it makes more sense to be that specific on these pitchforks, but it's actually that's a ton of geometry for these things, given how frugal they usually are with their physics-shaped geometry. Anyways, I think we've been through almost every alley and avenue that you can go through. And just making sure there's no random things in the middle of nowhere where they shouldn't be. It's going to be a lot easier to see this in the editor than it would be in-game. You'd have to run into it in-game to find out. So that would be comparatively way more time-consuming. Okay, I think we've been through definitely this whole side of the map. And this side, I haven't been through here yet. This part I think I've been through. This part I've been through. This alley I don't think I really checked. And what else? Been through there. I haven't really checked that. Did I turn off has steps in all these as a physics thing? The scripts or the tag? What is it called again? The stairs. There's a option in physics. I want to turn that off on all these, so you can run faster over them. Alright, well that's fun. So you should be able to walk over this faster. Actually reminds me, I remember there was a problem with the, these things would slow you down too much. I think more than you'd think. Where's that? Oh, did I thought I could have sworn that I already fixed these. I'm 100% sure that I did earlier, but maybe that save got reverted. I don't know. This would really slow you down, just cav running through like the edge of the surface. It's pretty stupid. Like, even if you don't hit it, you'd be running over ground or over terrain that is directly above it, so it would like register. It's a stupid thing. Okay, so I think this map is no longer cursed. You can no longer easily get stuck in a bunch of things. and there is actual physics to where there needs to be, and you can't get trapped inside of a module wall plank A, which was... All of these are broken in the base game, and you will be trapped inside of them if you do not delete the physics shape. And after you have deleted the physics shape, you have to put something else inside of them, or else they have no physics. So that is now a solved problem for all those things, which was really annoying and boring to fix. And I think we are pretty much done. So remastered, the day version is done. Do I want to add any more lights? I know I'm going to regret not adding more in the night map, because it's going to look so much nicer in the night map to have more lights, but there are so many all over the place. I mean, there's really nowhere it's completely missing them that are, you know, the heavily traversed areas. Even these other ones have added some lights into. I might add just one on this wall to say that I did. Now, why am I not able to select anything? Okay. This area probably needs at least one light. It actually does have one. I'm going to add one right here. Okay. And I think that would be more interesting spot for this one then. I think there's a decent amount of lights throughout. I mean, I could also just check by taking the scene itself and adjusting the lighting down for a second. But I would hate to accidentally mess it up, so I'm going to not do that. Okay. This one has torches too, right? Yeah, it does. Something right here would be nice, actually. How do I want it to light up the room for that building? Okay. Might look kind of evil with those two things there. At least in the night version. Maybe put them off to the side. Looks too much like eyes like that on a face. Okay. We can do that. Probably would be easier to light if they're there anyways. Okay, let's save that and put it on the server. So now I have to copy that file over. Oh no. Why is the file name 1.00? What? Oh no. Something went wrong here. I'm very confused. How did the file name revert? My retarded? How did I do that? File name is Town Outskirts Remastered 1.00, not 1.1? How did I do that? I'm very confused. This is broken. That's less broken. Yeah, let's go with that. So when I hit save scene as, did it not change the file name? All right, well, what are the things I fixed? I fixed this thing, and roof, and this thing. That's still fixed, mostly. And this looks fine. Pretty much. And this section needs a piece of wood right there. That looks stupid. Okay. Everything that I changed is still changed, but the file name, it's not. So my guess is when I hit save scene as, it like saved a copy of the scene, but it didn't change the default file name. So all these changes are... Oh, actually I need to make this more inset. Like that. Okay. Well, that's confusing. Oh. I mean, everything that I fixed is still fixed, so file is not broken. Seemingly. All these dumb indicator things are there. Which, you know, it tells you that you're leaving spawn. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. Yeah. I think we just do save as again. Save scene as. Yeah. Outskirts. Remastered. Version 1.1. Maybe 1.2, why not? We'll do 1.1. Because it's not been drastically changed since I released the 1.0 version. So that does seem to be the problem. The file name at the top didn't change. Did it? No, it did. It did. So I'm now very confused. But, I guess I can live with that. Okay. I'm going to double check the file last modified time. So, 1 minute ago. That's what I expected. And let's go ahead and copy that over to the server folder, modules, multiplayer, scene objects. Copy that in there. Time to rebuild the Docker file. Alright, I'm gonna let that rebuild. Let's stop the file. Server, actually. Alright, so it's building the new server file that has updated map. I'm gonna stop the server that's running, the old version. And while I do that, the build's going to take probably 3 minutes. Let's see how fast I can edit in the night version. I'm going to save scene as beef. Outskirts. Night. Remastered. Version 1.1. I think save scene as, unlike opening a new scene, shouldn't crash my editor, even though I do have the edit tools from Gotha running, which you can find in the Mount Blade Monty Discord, which allows me to do start scene or start mission as without crashing. But now that we have the copy, I need to remember where my atmosphere preset was. Did I actually create a preset? I don't think that my preset got saved. Did it? No, this actually does look like my night version of the map, mostly. So it does have a different color grade applied. It's that blue color grade. I think it looks great, to be honest. Already. I'm going to save this as the night remaster. And I'm going to edit all the lights to be a lot less bright. Because, I mean, this hurts your eyes. And it would actually, even though it looks bad in the editor, it would look even worse in game, I expect. I'm not sure of that, but I expect it would look a lot worse because of just how everything looks a little bit different when you're playing in a game. Like the lighting intensity differences get exaggerated with the bloom effect. We can actually test this. If I do test it, I do expect it would crash. But I'm going to save the scene, save the map, and then we'll test it. I'm just looking to see if it causes a harsher effect on the lighting. I'm fairly sure that everything is going to look harsher. Not, and maybe it won't. I mean, honestly, like this, I love the way that the lighting casts on armor like this. I've not really seen this in any native maps, like how that looks when you ride past it. It looks amazing. It looks really good. I think maps need to use lighting a lot more, but they just don't currently. Anyways, this, I probably, let's check what's like the most covered area right now. It's probably this farm. But it has so many torches, it's one of the brightest areas, so this is fine. This one, maybe not as many torches. Yeah. So I will have to turn all these torches down in intensity by quite a bit. And I'm going to do that in a text editor. The reason to do it in a text editor is they're all nested. All the lighting effects are... Didn't save the atmosphere. All the lighting effects are nested. I'll show you what that means in a second. Can you save my stupid atmosphere, please? Okay. So, when you select a light, the torch, like lighting, is a sub-item of it. So I select two torches of the same type. If I want to select the... I want to select the lights underneath these. You can't really do that in a convenient way. Like, there's no way to search for flame loop and adjust the intensity of the light cycle script. Wherever that's under. I think it's under, is it under torch sparks? I think it's the flame loop. And if you go to the light here, yeah, so the intensity is buried deep here. So if you wanted to change lighting intensity, normally if you want to make changes to like all the materials, you can select like, you know, I could select 5, I don't know. If I select 2 of these roof thingies, preferably ones that are the same type. So I selected 2 module Bs. I could delete the physics for both of these, or I could change the material color for both of these at once, because they're the same type. So you can manipulate like 300 objects of the same type all at once normally. But in the case of torches, the flame loop is a nested sub-thing of them. So if you selected all the torches of the same type, you know, if I search like torch, whatever, lamp, or torch. It's like torch wall A. If I select all the torch wall A's, I can't adjust the light intensity because the light intensity is a nested sub-thing under these. So if I tag all the torches, or I select all the torches of a certain type, I can't, by any means, get direct access to all the lights underneath them. So the way that the first time I made this night map, without how I reduced the blown out lighting, is I went to Notepad++, I took the X scene file, I made a copy of it, and then I did a find and replace. So the intensity of like whatever it was, 1700, 400, whatever it was, went down by a factor of like 4 to 5. So the torchlight went from like, 3500 to like 600. So, anyways, while I was explaining that, the server did finish building the config, and now I can pull it onto the running server. I'm going to download it while I modify the text file. I'm going to put it in standby mode as I get my text editor loaded up to make sure I don't have random stuff in there that's personal, which I don't actually right now, I don't think. Actually, the one problem with showing my text editor is I do have my server token on that. So if I was stupid and I clicked the wrong tab, you'd see my server token, and then you could launch, 30 malicious servers my name, which I don't think anybody would do, but it's probably best if I do my text editing off screen. Let's see. Okay, so we're loading up the text file. Where's this map file? Let's do the night version, night remaster. We'll copy that to which downloads, why not? And we'll open the Xene file, we'll drop it into Notepad++. I'm going to leave edit mode without saving. We'll have to relaunch the editor. I'm going to put that in standby while I exit the editor and launch regular old Bannerlord and test the updated map. So it's launching the server here in a second. So far the server has not crashed, so that's a good sign. Alright, let's see if that works. It does. Exciting. Okay. Alright, so this is the... which file is this? This is server-outskirts. The game password is Southern Defeat. If somebody's watching and wants to hop on, feel free to do so. That won't always be the password, but that was in reference to the Caloric campaign for West and South and Azurai versus Southern Empire, where we did defeat them twice in a row. That was fun. Anyways, I think this map's not broken, as far as I can tell, and that's good. So, actually, I didn't realize, is that just a tree? Yeah, I didn't notice that earlier. Anyways, there is a small Easter egg for you there. Anyways, it's a horse in a tree. It's for somebody who helped me find some bugs in this map. Alright. I think the map's looking not broken. That's exciting. This does look kind of low-ish. Are there planks that we're cutting out that I no longer see? I mean, honestly, I think it's fine. But it's a little bit weird. I do very much like the lighting going through that. That looks great. Yeah! I mean, probably would like to spawn in. More of the spawns. So let's keep slaying myself, and hopefully I get spawned in other ways. This one has a plenty high of a roof for cows, so that's no problem. My KD's gonna be awful on the server. I have to slay myself like 4 times to get out of this spawn. It's unfortunate, I hope not. I'm gonna go to a different area. Probably gonna make me spawn in H1 twice, is my guess. This one I was looking at. I think this looks fine. Yeah, you can see these without them being too noticeable. Alright, one more. Probably 2 more slays to get to the next spawn. Yeah! Go! I want to get in that farm spawn. The other one that I haven't been to yet. Yeah! I think it's too random to get me over there, though. Come on, boy! God, man. It's going to be a lot of slays to spawn in that area. Or I could just TP my... I'll just TP myself in. Use my move command. Alright, so this actually, I was worried the camera would look awful. And, you know, I think that I can tell that it's adjusting the camera for me being close to walls. But it's doing a good job, so it's not great, but it is playable. Anyone else that was weird? I think it's just like that. All right. It's time to go back to the night map. I'm going to sit and spec while let's see if I can edit the night map text file in 5 minutes. Alright, so I'm going to do find and replace for light intensity of 3500, and we'll bring that down to, I don't know, like 600 across the board. I think even 600 was kind of bright. We'll see how it works. So that was 49 occurrences of an intensity of 3500. And then... 1900 is another version of this. So we'll replace 1900 with 600 again. Maybe even like 500. Oddly, I'm still seeing a bunch of intensity equals 3500 thingies on my find and replace list. Why is that? I thought I would change those all to 600. So we have 1500, and those are the only ones that are above 1000 right now. 1500, 2500, and 300. So those are the 2 ones to reduce down. So we'll do a couple more find and replaces. We'll change 3000 to 600 again. And 2500 to 500. And 1900 to 450, I guess. Are there any other intensities besides those to replace? Why am I still seeing 1500 ones in there? Okay. Well, it seems like I managed to actually change the scene file for Night Remaster. So I saved that. We'll see if I manage to corrupt it. I'm going to go to the actual... let's exit that and shut down the server. Let's go to editor mode. And launch it in... Let's launch the editor, go to single player, launch that. We're going to launch the night map, and hopefully all the lights are way dimmer and they don't blow up the map. What was that? This is the wrong directory. God damn it. Ignore that. What was I editing earlier? I'm really worried now. For reasons I don't want to explain, but I'll explain. I'm a little bit worried that I was editing in the wrong directory. Oh, that lines up the right time. Oh, shit. Huh. It looks like I made my latest changes in the wrong map name. We're going to ignore that for now. Okay, let's check all of them. We're going to check all of them. Let's go to Night Remaster. This is last modified. 943. Oh, gosh, dude. All right, so what was the last change? This is the night map, so this is actually fine. No, this is not the one that I was worried about. So if this is the night map, it's not like... I know what happened here. The night map didn't get saved as... Well... You know what? Let's go check the night map. Let's see if it crashes the scene editor to go directly to it. It probably will. I think that Gotha's editor doesn't necessarily crash the scene if you haven't made any changes. No, it does actually. Okay, well that was expected to a certain extent. So I'm not sure what dumb thing I did exactly, but it does appear that I might have reverted back to the original file name for the night map, if not the day map also. Probably just the night map. And I was face palming so hard that I took forever to hit no on that dialog box. So this one should be a lot dimmer. If it doesn't crash, which it did, with no error message at all, which I don't usually see. So I probably did break the file with a bad edit. Like well, there's a reason I backed it up. So we'll launch it one more time. I'm going to try one more time, and I think if it doesn't work, we will... get that copy I made in my downloads folder, get that back to the native, and then modify that one. I was a little bit sloppy with my find and replace work, I feel like. I wasn't selecting the entire field, I was like selecting parts of it. And I was getting weird results, so I might have made an invalid xscene file that probably is an incomplete quote somewhere. I broke the file. That's why it's not working, I bet. Bet you this crashes right away. Yeah, it does. All right, so I did break the file. So there's a reason I backed it up before I went to text editor. Let's copy the town outskirts net remaster. We'll put that back into the native directory. Native town outskirts remastered. Night. Replace that. And then reload the file. I have to go back to hitting find and replace a bunch of times. So I'm doing, let's give you guys a preview. I'll show one of these on screen, just so you know what I'm talking about. So I'm basically doing this a bunch of times. And that will replace all. So I've replaced all the light intensities of 3000 with that. And then like 2500 goes to, I don't know, 500. And 1900 goes to 500. And was there one for 1000? I don't think that there was. I already went over 2500. 1500 was popular. Did I have any for 3600? I know I had 35 already done. So that should make all the lights in the scene way darker. Actually, I kind of want to undo the last one and make those 600 and not 500. All right. Well, now if we save that and we load the scene in, it shouldn't, I hope it shouldn't crash. And that application was Notepad++, so I was just loading in the save file and did Control H or find and replace, and I found something related to intensity, and I replaced lighting intensity. All right, and I knew that all the lights were in, you know, one of like 6 possible value ranges, so could update those all in bulk, all in one group. And it actually works now. And you'll see it's a lot less intense. Now, it looks like there's a couple of these that have their own special lighting setup. They're not reducing intensity yet. 650 is actually fine. This one is 300. I think this looks way better. Lights were clearly blown out beforehand, and now they're not. So this is a nice subtle detail. This is light through there, but it does seem a bit bright. Okay. I think all the ones that were 625 could probably go down a bit. Does this look shitty is the question. These are definitely too bright. So this needs to go down. What are these? 625? These all need to go down like a bit less. Probably 525. Honestly, 425 would be fine. Even 3 might be... 3 looks way better than 600. These all need to go down, I'd say. Well, these ones, what are these ones set up? 300. Yeah, these ones that are inside... Yeah, I think everything could go down to like probably way lower than it is. 300 looks great. What about these guys? They're at 500. That's too bright. These are also just too bright. I think everything needs to go down to 300 at most. What about this one? If I put it to 300, I mean, there are 4 of them. Yeah, everything goes down to 300, I think. Yeah, I mean, if anything, that's still too bright. Even 200 could do. I kind of want to say... Yeah. I mean, it's a bit much at 300 still, but it kind of looks like an artistic choice as opposed to disgusting. So I do, it's too powerful still at 300, but it's in a way that's like tastefully excessive and not grotesquely excessive. So I'm going to exit the edit mode again. I probably just need to close it out entirely. And then, yeah, I'm not shocked that it crashed. I'm going to go back to my text editor. I'm going to take everything and bump down even further. All right, so intensity of this thing. Let's bump this down to 290, 285, 275. Let's do that. And then... And what else? We had... anything else that was too high? We had some set to 500 still, and 650. Oh no, I did that the wrong way. Some are still set to 500, and that is the highest value. That's not like 300 or 275 or 265. So I'll change those. Intensity. It's 500. All right, let's save that and launch the modding toolkit and see if I... Oh, what the heck is that? All right, anyways, modding toolkit. And let's see if... it works. Okay. Let's launch it, and hopefully the lighting is more appropriate now. This does look a lot more subtle. This looks actually good now. It's crazy. These are also too bright. What are they set to? No, they're fine. They're 275. It was a good, I think I went the right direction by going too low. Arguably. Yeah, I think this looks great. So we're going to save this in a second. Just need to check for anything that looks egregiously shitty. This is broken. This awning getting teleported through the ceiling. Where is this supposed to be? I have not the slightest clue. I know why it's broken, because it has a native scale on it. But what I don't know is where it's supposed to be. Probably the exterior? I don't know. Including that. I'll have to check the other map to see if that issue's there too. So, let's give this a rundown. This looks good, this looks good. I think that this part of the area could use just one more light. Right here. now it just looks too bright. Okay. I feel like I could bump it down even further, but I guess I can call that an aesthetic choice. Does that look terrible? It looks unique. I don't think it looks terrible. Honestly, I could probably bump these all down a little bit further. I think the main goal is I don't need to get flashbanged by looking at the map. So that is my objective. No flashbang effect as you look around. It does seem just still a hair too much. The difference is at 205, the texture directly around the torch is visible. At 275, it's just not. So I actually need to bump everything down to like 205. Because if you look at like this one, it kind of works at 265. But anything on a white wall looks really bad at 300. If I went to like 200, you can actually see the texture. But at 300, you can't see the texture next to the wall. So I think we just drop everything down to an easy 200 and we just leave it as is and then don't think about it. I think is what we do. So one last change on the lighting intensity. I'm going to just close editor. And one last round of Control H, find and replace. How many of these are there? There's going to be a lot of these. So let's bump it down to like 205, 204, 205, 201. Replace all. And then 265, 202. And then was there 300? Yeah, 204. Are there any other intensities to look for? We still have some 250s around. We'll make those down to 200. Any other ones that are too bright? Oh, I think that's it. All right, let's save the file and we'll launch the modding kit for hopefully one of our last few times. These two maps, so I never have to think about them ever again. Okay. I know there's no physics shape to it. That's why I removed it. The editor's warning me about that. I already knew that. Okay. So I think this is probably the best that it has looked so far. It just keeps looking better and better the more that we do the lights. This looks good. These are a little bit bright, but it's not overpowering. It's, again, this is a little bit on the bright side, but I want it to be kind of bright. So this is as bright as it can get without like blowing out the visibility of the texture around it. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. I like how it casts a shadow underneath it. Okay, so what about the inside here? Does this look good? This looks good. Is this a dumb thing fixed here inside? Yes, that was fixed. The floating awning, where that was. Cool. think that thing got rotated the wrong way. Alright, I will save that, and that one is ready for testing. I think. Yeah. Is there anything funny I could do? Like, no, not that. I got this torch. I'm like, what if I made a copy of it? And, make the intensity something very silly. Like, a lot. Light, 3,000? Not 9,000. Would you see that? How would you make that? Like radius like 30? 50? What about 100? Yeah, that really makes the thing bright up over there. That's crazy. So you could make that kind of a weird point of interest. Oh my god. It's like the sun. So definitely on the a bit much scale. Pretty high up there. I'll put it like 1,000. Make the radius really high. Make the radius like 900. What would happen there? I think there is like a maximum radius. What's a hotspot? Angle? I don't know what that is. No idea. Fall off angle. No idea what that does. Okay, well. Don't delete the prefab, delete the whole thing. I don't actually want that there. Okay, well that was a lame thing to do. Anyways, I really like this little gate area that I made. I don't know why. Anyways, well, you'd think the gate would be more direct to that entrance, probably. Oh well. I think we say this. We call it good. I have played on it at this level of darkness before, and this is really more like, I think this feels like an overcast evening, which is what I was going for. This is not meant to be nighttime. It's meant to be like the brightest night possible, which I think looks pretty. So, any last changes to the atmosphere? Maybe I like bump the shadow intensity down. We go to atmosphere inspector, sun, shadow opacity. If we move this down to like 0, you'll see it does look brighter now, right? So what if I did it like 0.5? And this, in a not a great way. It definitely looks interesting, like this. I'm not gonna leave like that, but I do think it's interesting. But if I do it to like 0.5, 0.3, like a very soft shadow, it's kind of a neat effect. I think I'll probably go with 0.5. That, nah, it's not as much as I thought it was. No, I went minimum ambient. I went the wrong value changed. Let's do 0.5. I think that looks... What was the minimum ambient? I'm going to check my own stream to see what my ambient was at. So before I changed, the minimum ambient was at 0.25. It was like 1. That's really bright for ambient lighting. I have not played with that actually at all, almost. That looks really different. That completely changes the feel of the map. What if I did really high ambient with still having strong shadows? It almost destroys the shadows. So I think I want to split the difference. I think I want to bump the ambient up a little bit. I'm just gonna kind of go through the whole thing here. So it's definitely too dark. The 0 ambient. And definitely, it looks like almost cartoony at a minimum ambient of 1.0. It's kind of neat. If I was going to take a high fantasy map, this one might be a effect you go for. Is like this color scheme is this blue shader and all this white stone with a very, very high minimum ambient and lots of warm lighting around. Looks very interesting. But I'm definitely not going to keep it this way exactly. I think we go like 0.5 maybe. I mean, that was that. 0.9. I really kind of like how that looks, honestly. It's kind of funny how the light bleeds through the roof tiles. But it probably shouldn't do that. That looks really funny, to be honest. Yeah, these look entirely different. It's crazy how different that looks. At 0, it's like completely, it's like a neon light almost. Um, I think I might just land it at a minimum ambient of 0.5 and shadows at 0.9. Maybe 0.8 shadow. Anything that looks weird with that? Any of the roofs that it bleeds through? Not really. I kind of like this. I think we keep this. Yeah. Although, does it cast a shadow enough here? I want to be able to see some kind of a shadow somewhere. Yeah, this really does change the tone of the map with this different shader and all that stuff. I kind of want to make a map with this kind of shader in mind from the outset, but anyways, a lot of stone and a lot of warm lights. Cast sky. I'm going to try that later, maybe, but we'll see. I think this is good. I got to save to scene for this and save. And then I got to leave edit mode and check what happened with the other map and see if it has the same flipped awning inside of this tavern thing. House. Oh, the shafts of light need to be deleted in the night map. All these have to go away in the night map. They can't exist here. There's no light to beam through. So that has to be deleted. This is a bit much. Okay. Well, let's call that one good. And leave edit mode and go to the day mode night map and see if it's broken. Do we have the fix here? We do. All right. I'm a big fan of how this tavern looks now. It's pretty neat. All right, saving that, and let's go leave edit mode and go to the other map. Hopefully it's not too broken. All right, so does it have, what was the very last fix that I made? This side thing was the last ones, and this door, and this thing, and these lights. These lights were the last change I made, probably. So I think this map is not cursed. This thing shouldn't be here, though. You actually, yeah, it wasn't supposed to be floating in the air. When I saved it as itself, it, like, made this float in the air. I don't know why. I'm just going to delete it to be on the safe side, because I can tell that thing is bad news. Anything else? Nothing jumps out as broken. So I think we're good. We have our weird exit indicators all over the place as well, and spawns. So I think this one is not broken. We give it a final save because we deleted the awning that I didn't trust to not be broken. And this thing is also fixed. That was one of my other last changes. Okay, this is also not broken. Hooray. We're going to save this as version 1.1. Close editor. Going to copy those both over to my build file and rebuild the map directory thingy. Alright. I'll copy those over. Remastered and Night Remaster 1.1. Move that over to the build folder. Take the old copies and move them to backup directory. Alright, so those are backed up, and we're gonna update the server configuration file to actually load the new map for Night Remaster. Okay, I think this will probably work. So the server file is updated. Did I actually copy both maps in the directory? 100%. I did. Alright, cool. So that is building in Docker. Let me share my screenshot of that. So that's what's running in PowerShell right now, and that's gonna push up to my container registry, and then I will run the file on my server in a minute here. Okay. TDM's popping off, I guess, with the whole 12 players. I'm gonna play that while I wait for this to load for 3 minutes. Oh, I thought it was... Did he chamber me? What the heck, man? Alright. That's nonsense. Oh. Oh my god, I'm getting ass kicked by Rebel. I just realized that because I'm streaming my other view, you have no audio. Crazy off the chart.
I'll tear your limbs.
I'm just gambling shots here.
Die, you bastard!
The server is still, my doctor is still pushing up the file. It's not there yet. Could have predicted that. Had no HP and there's two archers there.
With you!
God, those blows hit a lot harder than I thought they would. That was a headshot. Okay, so the server's finished pushing the file, or I've finished pushing the file. I need to now load it. Pulling. I just got team killed there, I think. Is that a glaive? I'll take that. So the server just finished pulling a new file. I'm gonna start the server here after I kill somebody. Jarvis, put that. Not so easy getting 2v1, is it? Alright, whatever. Do I have enough for cav? I might have to spawn cav. I don't. I'm gonna go start my server. Fine. I'm gonna do the thing I'm here for. Let's start the server up and we'll see what we do here. See if the file is functional. My unnecessarily long admin password is loaded in. Let's see how this goes. Okay. All right. Server's supposed to be non-broken.
Yeah.
That's good. We have the. Let's see. We have the Shadow Link Azuri color going on here. So let's run through the areas that were the most broken. Obviously, this area was broken. This is fine now. And this is broken. Looks fine. I'm going to go back to the editor view because the game audio is probably not a benefit. And it's probably too loud. So I'm just running through and looking for anything that's just completely out of place or broken. And none so far. Could teleport in. Make sure that things look normal and I can see my little indicators. My exit signs there are, you know, a nice way to know if you're going to be pushed out or not, if you're new to the game. Or new to this map, rather. Let's see, this guy looks okay. Nothing crazy. You can't really jump up here, hopefully. Actually, don't even remember what barriers. I don't have any barriers there, do I? I might not. I bet you can jump up there. Maybe as infantry. Can you get in there? The server password remains Southern Defeat, as in the Southern Empire in Colorado campaign from a recent CC event. If you want to show up, feel free to hop on the server. I don't mind having a guest. You won't hear that information for half a minute, but it'll still be up by the time you hear it for, ooh, I don't know, another minute. Oh my god, there is parkour in this map. That's crazy. You can get up this far. You can't get up to this wall. So I'm fine with people being on the sledge. There's no value. Maybe if you could shoot through here, that would be a problem. There should be an editor cube that stops that. But you know what? I should just make sure. I'm going to spawn as a heavy Mamluk archer. Got a wave to my one beer in chat. Thank you, Alden, for commenting. Alright, just gonna teleport over the place. Let's see. Teleport into the wall. Alright, so can I abuse this as a horse archer? Could I abuse this? Could you like shoot through like this? Hope not. Okay, I thought I put an editor cube there. It looks like I did, so that was the intention. So get out of here. Just want to make sure all spawn areas are spawning. My game audio is just so loud right now. Let's turn it down. Alright, so, these poles should have physics to them. They do. Okay, that works. Supposed to bounce off the stone, but I think that looks good. All right. Where did I make other changes to? I didn't really change this, come to think of it. But I think I had already moved the cart back a little bit, so it's not as easy to get stuck in here. You could kind of get yourself stuck if you're trying to, but I'm not too worried about it. So that is fine. Is the door there? The door, there's a door that you can't move through and it's solid. Is there any gap that you could shoot through? I don't think so. I mean, it would be hard to because I had to put a barrier there, so. Okay. What about anything else that was relatively new that I'm worried about? Can you glitch this roof here? Seems like no. Maybe not. I didn't try that hard. Okay, maybe it seems like you can't really glitch through that. Not easily, at least. This you can shoot through, but you can't really get that close to it, so I don't think it's really usable. Like, what are the odds that you're going to see somebody to use this spot? If you have ESP, you might be able to shoot through here. It just seems like the juice is not worth the squeeze with this. I could have sworn if you hit it just right, it'll go through. But maybe not. Maybe I did fix that already. So I definitely had placed an editor cube, and I think in earlier testing I found that like the physics were not physicking. But I guess I did fix that. I could easily make people very angry at me by removing the physics barrier, prevents you from getting up to the window, and removing the vines. And then you actually can point blank shoot out of it as an archer, and it had just the right spot to shoot that. So that's one way to ruin this map. If you ever have my copy of it, is remove those vines, remove the physics there. Maybe if you even open up that gap a little bit wider, it'd just be this awful, nasty pinhole spot to shoot out of. So I did fix that. So what else? We went through that spawn with the other spawn. I didn't go through the other spawn here. Let's check this one. You have Sintra on. Thank you for attending. So I think we have wrapped up everything just about. I didn't try shooting through this door. Can you shoot through it? That would be awful of you to try, but somebody's going to try it. No, you can't. So that's good. Telling Centro to spawn with their Azrai, we're going to start around. Alright. Let's see the spawn okay. Couldn't build this ladder. You don't think you can. I'm going to do one round of Sentry here, and then we're going to do the other map. Should probably go barding if I'm doing that. Got all the fancy mail armor now. It's lots of fun. Oh no, there he is. Ooh. Oh, you got me. Oh man, we almost we almost traded there. him was intentional. To be honest, I would have felt kind of bad if I killed him there, so I'm not disappointed that I died. No, yeah. I should not have picked up both bows. All right, let's go ahead and apply that change. All right. Server is not broken, and map's loading. That's good. Has not crashed yet. That's very good. I'm asking for him for his thoughts, which is a good way to spell thoughts. I'm not sure. Between B and C, it's very bright. I think he's right. I could either remove some torches or I could just bump down the intensity on all of them. I think I would prefer to remove some of these and... Okay. I really like the gate lighting. The backlight looks incredible. I was very happy that how that turned out. So, anyways. Can you believe that the default, like, camera and when you're spawning is like facing the farm and not facing the open area where it looks actually looks good? He took camel. That's funny. He hit me too. Oh my god, I'm getting mogged by a camel. Oh my god, dude. He's being very aggressive. It's crazy. Um... Sag. I was hoping he would not pay attention. Oh my god. Two damage? Are you kidding me? Take her stupid camel, man. Ooh, and my other horse. Where'd it go? Why can't I mount this thing? Whoosh. Is he saying whoa or is he saying wash? All right. Well, I'm gonna put this maybe on Steam Workshop afterwards. We'll see. But I am happy with it, and I don't really think I need to test it after I just change lighting intensity. I will see if it crashes, but I'm calling that one good in terms of multiplayer test has been done. Map. Okay, let's go to modding kit, and we're going to adjust the lighting, and then we're going to test it, and then we're going to call it good. I get requested to add a reference for somebody on the map. Not sure I can do that. I have to edit 2 maps. All right, let's go to the editor and let's, before we load, actually, I shouldn't even launch the editor yet. I haven't edited the file, and I don't know if it's good about context. All right, so going back to my text file, we're gonna reload the scene file. All right, let's do, for the intensity, let's just bump everything down to like 180 probably. Intensity equals, this is wrong. Okay, so somebody was saying, hey, I'm going to be doing making, you know, in the near future, and this is not the best stream for that. I was mostly just doing cleanup, so there's very little new content on this map. And future ones that I'll be doing a remake of Outskirts Rebellion, and I think that'll be relatively worthwhile streaming content for somebody who's new to making maps, especially in comparison to this one, where I was just fixing this one up, making some very minor changes. All right, so we're going to do Control F for Control H, and we're going to find and replace all this. We're going to bump it down to, I don't know, 170? 172? How about like 168? We'll start with 204. Somebody's saying, hey, I need to figure out prefabs. Don't even bother. Prefabs suck. Use tags instead. I'll show you how to use tags here in a second. Couple more to change. All right, so I'm gonna bump my volume up. Somebody's telling me I'm too quiet right now. It's probably true. Do I have voice meter running? I do. Okay. Is it too loud, too quiet? So I think, what am I getting up to? I actually do have a damper in my audio right now. I could bump it up to like 2.6 decibels. Why not? Whatever, we'll see. I think on OBS it's hovering between -20 and -15 decibels. I don't know. That is, I think, technically a little bit low. What if I bump it up by 4 decibels on OBS? I'm now getting up between -20 and -15. It's still about the same place. What do I do? Right click to 6 decibels as a boost, and it's still, yeah, I don't know. It's probably still quiet. I do have this negative habit of having all my streams have my audio, or just all the audios not balanced. All right, so I have modified the scene file, and all the intensities are down on the lighting. So I'm going to relaunch it now and see how it works. Let's go to modding kit. I'm going to launch that. Okay, and why am I going between these mods? All right, so once I launch this up, I'm going to look at the lights, make sure that they look good, and then I will be demonstrating some tagging stuff as opposed to prefabs. So prefabs suck, and you shouldn't use them. I don't mean the native prefabs, but if you make your own prefabs, if you leave them in a scene, you can't use them. So what I mean is you can use them during scene making, but once you're ready to test, you have to demolish all of them. And that is very manual, very boring, very time consuming. Just to waste your time. So, all right, here's the night map, and hopefully I didn't break it. I did not. Amazing. Amazing. It's not broken. Incredible. All right, so I managed to bump, I should see the intensities lower to 166. It is in fact lower. I could probably delete a couple of these lights. Just a couple of them. Maybe make this one higher up. Okay, that does seem a little bit less extreme now. This one, there are too many torches. He's right. This is too bright. And that looks okay. I mean, these probably need to be just a little bit lower. Drop it down to like... Let's hide the indicators and bump it down to like 140. Even 100. I think 50 it looks better, honestly. And then all of these inside, they are just a bit much. Just a little bit much here. He was definitely right, that was too much, and these ones could probably go down by a little bit. I didn't want to have to do this and like change them manually like this, but these guys probably need to be at 100. That looks way better. I mean, because they were at like, what were they at, 600? You just can't see anything. At 300, you can't see anything. At 100, you can actually see the texture. So that looks 100 times better, unfortunately. I hate admitting that. And this is also needs to be turned down by quite a bit. I think just 100 for these guys that are indoors. Okay. That probably looks less salacious now. Alright, I just bumped up my audio, so let me know if I'm still quiet. It should be bumped by 6 decibels from where I was when I started. In fact, it's actually probably up by a whole 7 decibels, so I know it was quiet. I'm hoping it's not right now. Okay, so what else? Anything else that's too... This is definitely too bright. This one, probably too bright too. I think I can get away with that. Even this one's a little bit overpowered. I think farther away. And that looks okay. These are a bit much, to be honest. Still. I think these can go down even further. This is exactly what I didn't want to do, is manually run around the map and making very manual adjustments across a bunch of lights. I think that might achieve the best effect. For the ones that are indoors, it probably makes sense for them to be at 100. I don't think this does this look egregious. It is blowing out the white texture still. I mean, you technically can see it, but it's just a lot. Okay. I think this looks quite good in here now. Alright. Then from the sky. I do like that. These are also kind of blown out, but I think it looks good as a backlight. It's funny how like the native map has you looking at the stupid farmhouse as your spawn camera thing. I don't know why they did that. This looks 100 times better. To have like the castle and Probably move it further to the right. I mean, this is your current view. The church and the house in the background. Move it more to the right. You'd miss the house, but you go to the castle. I think I prefer the church thing, steeple in the background. Okay. Well, any other lights that look stupid? Yeah, it's definitely powerful, but it's not completely overpowering. Except for these. These do need to chill out a bit. Even at 80, that's like, there's 4 of them. Look better at 60. Now that one being brighter, I'm okay with, because it's further up and you don't really see it anyways. I should probably bump these ones down. It's a lot of clicking, unfortunately. Is there at 270 still? How did that happen? I thought I bumped it all down to, like, lower than that. But, I think 100's about a happy medium. This one, maybe even lower. Okay. Scene is not broken yet. And I think we're just about done. I think these lights, the shadows they're casting are just a tad harsh for my taste. Yeah, that's better. No, yeah, these do need to be toned down too, don't they? I was crazy for thinking I could get away with like 200 or something. Why did I think that? I should have looked more carefully. Even like 400 seems crazy. 200 is like almost bearable, but I think 70 is even slightly strong for these guys. I think the upper ones being brighter kind of exaggerates for this effect, so I kind of like that. Yeah, it does look kind of cool, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe one more torchlight there. Lighting's a little bit more consistent that way. Okay. Do any of these look stupid? This one is in a weird spot, and so is this one. Probably needs to be like 100 instead of 166. This one is looking weird. I already bumped it down to like 120. Let's do 90. Alright, well. These ones also coming on a little bit strong. What should I change the radius by there? It's 8 to 10. Maybe this fire having a giant radius would be cool, but it was a very gentle thing. Oh, my monitor is crashing. Oops. Let's go to standby mode while I'm doing that. Was there a loose power cable? I don't know. Alright, I'm going to be muted here for a second while I figure out why my monitor's messed up. Okay, were both cables loose? I only fixed one of them. Alright, we'll see if the hard reboot of the monitor makes it stop flickering. It's not really flickering, it's turning on and off. Feels like it's losing and regaining display. I'm not sure if it's a driver issue or display issue. Probably no. God. God. Yeah, this monitor is I think my system needs a reboot after this. After I had my monitor cable work its way loose and then I reattached it, it's just everything's flickering on and off. I think if I maybe I turn off my right my left monitor, it'll operate again. Maybe not.